Good morning and a very cool welcome from the Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. You join us here this weekend for round 3 at the Mobility Resort Motegi in Japan. Behind us we can see the pit lane full. From the start here we can see the Honda garage, the 1XY garage, and we can see an Azan Shah who was just going back into his pit lane there. We are here in Japan now for the third round of this 2024 season, and the championship is going to really start to take shape this time because about midway is where we start seeing the leaders edge the gap. Who's going to make it? And in the thousands, we have JDT as a new challenger, but we know Hondas are strong as well. And this is very much a Honda compound. So there's definitely going to be data that's going to be helping certain teams here. And it's going to be interesting to see how this all unfolds. It's a very different circuit, a 4.8 kilometer circuit, so not a short one by any means. And this is the final run in Japan before we head into the next run in Mandalika. The action all begins today. Today we have the free practices all throughout until the afternoon. Tomorrow will be the final sessions for the morning with the warm-ups, and then we'll have the all-important race 1 on Saturday afternoon, followed by race 2 on Sunday. Join us for all the action and more. We're going to be live on Facebook as well as the other sport channels involved. And we're going to head to the action in a short few minutes with the free practices for the morning session. We'll catch you guys on track.
Good morning to all our friends and followers who are joining us on live stream. We are at Motegi for the round 3 of the Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. This is our first visit to this magnificent circuit, which sits in the mountains about 2 hours drive north of Tokyo. First time in our history here, and we are all super excited to be here. And speaking personally, I'm super excited. Not only is it my first visit, but it's the first time that I've been sitting in a commentary box where I can see what's happening outside as well. So this is absolutely magnificent. As usual, on Friday, it's free practice day. We have 13 free practice sessions for you. First up, as you can see, are the AP250, the Asia Production 250s, for a 30-minute session. And following these will be another 30-minute session for Supersports 600s, then a 40-minute session for the ASB 1000s, and then we'll go to TVS Asia One Make Championship and Underbone 150s, and we will rinse and repeat through the day. 3 sessions for each of AP250, SS600 and ASB 1000, and 2 sessions each for Underbone 150s and TVS Asia One Make Championship. It's a bright and slightly breezy morning, and your 2 commentators here, Daniel's just slid into the seat beside me in this magnificent commentary box that we're in, and it is bright and breezy. We are both from hot places like KL and Bangkok. So it's absolutely beautiful to be here in the mountains with temperatures just under 20 degrees. What do you reckon, Daniel?
Yeah, the weather is brilliant right now. I think it's a bit of a treat before we get back into the heat in Mandalika. So it's really good weather, and it's supposed to rain this weekend.
Absolutely. And the big talking point as we get into this opening session of Friday is what happened last time out. We had only 1 race in Zhuhai. There was a rainstorm on Sunday morning, and that resulted in race 2 being cancelled. So everybody has come here with 3 races completed. There was controversy in the AP250 class right at the end of the race. There was just a little contact between Ferozi Torokatula and Herjanatna Firdaus, Yamaha and the Astra Honda, respectively. They went off track and they were penalised 1 position each, and that left Cal Vietnam, or Honda Racing Vietnam, with his first victory in AP250. So controversy for the 2 that crossed the line first, and delight for Cal Vietnam. And looking at the championship, Herjanatna sits on top by a margin of 3 points from Ferozi. He's on 57 points to Ferozi's 54. And Herjan, by virtue of the lead he's got over the rider in P5, because we'll talk a little bit about the regulations during the course of this session, but he's got an equalising rev cut, so he's on maximum revs now of 13,000, so that will slow him down a little bit. He's a tall rider, Herjan, and so on this track, where there are several straights, it's going to be interesting to see how and whether that affects him. What's your view on that, Daniel?
Yeah, I think previously we've seen Honda as a powerhouse, and they're still strong, but it's going to be a challenge for Herjan this time around. I think this season, we saw in the first 2 runs, it hasn't been the easiest for him. It hasn't been the dominant Astra Honda racing from the start that we're used to seeing. So it is good to see Yamaha into the mix with Ferozi as well as Arai. But it's going to be a real challenge for Herjan. I mean, we've seen that he's not been too happy about it, and especially in a long track like this one, it's going to be interesting to see how it affects him.
Yeah, he's going to be looking for slipstream at every opportunity. Would be the central guess for that. But he seemed in good spirits yesterday, and I ran into him in pit lane. So let's see what falls out of this session. And so far, he's just gone to the top, so his ears were burning out there. We need to get used to these lap times. So that was a 2:10.
It's really 1.8 seconds faster than Ferozi Tortogula. So Herjun just getting used to the track much quicker now. That could play into an advantage for him if he's just a bit more comfortable around Motegi. But definitely we'll be looking out to see how the lap times develop as the sessions progress.
Yeah, that's a good opener for him. Some riders learn tracks really quickly. And while there's a lot to this track, I don't think it doesn't look like a particularly difficult one to learn.
Speaking of which, I just recalled that Sharfudin Azman, he has experience here in Moto3, so look out for Sharfudin Azman. He's got plenty of laps under his name in Motegi, so he'll be one to look out for. Just said a 2:10.5.
Yeah, just a fraction quicker than one of the wild cars, Ryota Ogiwara. And Kiandra into the 2:10s as well for Astra Honda. A good start for the young Indonesian. Talking about young Indonesians, Arai Gaska is in the early 2:11s. They're very much heading in the right direction. Some of these most exciting riders we've got coming through, and somebody's trundling through the gravel there. Let's take a look. Is that one of the wild cards? I think so.
Looks like it could be, I think, number 14. If that is 14, that's Rayar Marcus Huba. Could also be 12. It's hard to tell from the suit. But there's Ferozi making his way through. Apologies, Arai Gaska, with a young Indonesian talent on the rise.
Yeah, it's really exciting to see that. Alright, Kiandra. And in the next session, we'll see another of the prodigies coming through in the shape of Beda Ega Pratama. So as predicted, we've got several wildcard entries this time around. Herjun remains at the top. I think one of the things that the regulation changes have done is to enable wildcards to come in more easily. Because this became quite a specialist class where Honda, for example, were really building that CBR 250 RR for this series. I mean, it's a beautiful machine.
Yeah, I think it was at one point, well, even still, I think one of the most perfect 250 machines that we've seen in a while. And for racing, it's just spectacular. And now with those regulation changes that you mentioned, we've seen wildcards come in and contest close to the top 5. We saw it in Zhuhai as well, with a few of the Chinese wildcards. And this time round as well, Ryota, who we just saw on screen there on the black and white bike, he's so far setting in the second fastest lap time in this session. So it's clear that these regulation changes have made it more inviting, it's made it more competitive. It's really something we welcome.
Yeah, well, you know, you can't have great racing without great regulations. It sounds boring, but it's absolutely true. And it has equalized. So this season we've got, for example, the Yamaha R3 rather than the R25 that we had in last year. And we've also got the scintillatingly exciting Kawasaki, which is another bike that we're really looking forward to seeing how that performs, where straight line speed is going to be a factor here.
There's Ryuji Yokoi, another wildcard rider. He's riding a Yamaha, would be the R3, I believe. Currently sitting in 7th. So again, the wildcards are not too far at all. Got a few Japanese wildcards in the AP250 class for this round.
Got Yuji Yoko and Yuta Date. We've seen him before. think. That name was very familiar to me. Anyway, he's another one of the wild cards that's showing well. Shuffling around on the timing screens as we speak. And Ferozi Torokatula has gone to the top. Happy to say that over the last almost year, and certainly over the last, let me see, 5 or 6 rounds of racing in ARRC, so going back into 2023 as well, we have become used to seeing Ferozi at the top of the timing screens. There he is again, just ahead of Sharifuddin Azman. This is a first-time visit for most of these riders.
209.135 from Ferozi, 209.682 from Sharifuddin Azman.
Sometimes tumbling as expected. That's a good old gap that Ferozi's got at the moment on Sharifuddin, so that suggests the times will come down further.
Big question mark will be for the ZX25R, the Aiki Yoshi, trailing now by 4.2 seconds from the top. And I think it's just the elevation that would be a struggle for the Kawasaki's. You know, they're not that blessed with torque power-wise. It's going to be a bit of a challenge for them.
Yeah, they've got, on one hand, they've got the high revving top line, top end power, and the trade-off, of course, is less torque, as you said, and also that it's a heavier engine. So it's we're talking about 20 kilograms,
yeah,
25 kilograms difference. So that means you've got to haul that to slow it down much harder than you do with the lighter machines. So it's a very interesting balancing act that Aiki Yoshi has to master here at Motegi. Surprisingly, for an experienced Japanese rider, it's his first time here. There's a little group led by Arai Gaska.
Chandler's just gone up into second at 209.3 from him. Ferozi has improved as well at 208.946.
Well, into the 208s. Let's see what else we can do during the day. Local time here is 8:45.
Got a fast group here. That's Ferozi, Arai. Also have the Astro Hondas and Sharifuddin Azman.
I noticed the Vietnamese rider Hutri running in that group as well.
Vietnam not having the best of sessions so far. He's done 2 laps, 2:14.5 is the best he's done.
See, one of the immediate advantage I see of sitting here is that we could see Cal Vietnam leaving pit lane just then. There he goes on your screen. Interesting start to the season for Cal Vietnam. He looked like a potential winner in Thailand at Buriram and lost it on the last corner in both races. He only picked up a handful of points in the first round, and then in the shortened second round, Surfen having a little twitch there as he gets to know this circuit. Has been looking a little more confident. I think this year you're closer to that team, Daniel. What's your view?
Yeah, I think ever since his recovery from his broken bone from his crash, he's managed to really find his former self again. He came into the 250 class a couple years ago with full of confidence, and he was riding like a wild horse. I think that's the only way to describe it. He was all over the frame. He was brave. And after the crash, I think it shook him up a bit, but he's managed to get a lot of track time recently, and that's really started to reinstate his confidence. So it's good to see Irfan Haikal back in shape, and he's surrounded by a lot of his big names and idols in the Honda garage. So he will be looking forward to find improvements. And yeah, a happy rider is always going to be a fast rider, so it's really good.
Yeah, that's it. And he's still young enough to be, have that lack of inhibitions that will just enable him to go fast, because nobody's told him that it's difficult to do it. And there he is, sure enough. He's got a gap of 0.2 on his teammate, and probably still the favourite for the championship, Herjanatna Firdaus. Looking at others here, Ryota remains the fastest wild card, 2:10.1. That's what, 1.4 seconds? No, almost 2 seconds. 1.2 seconds, I was right first time. Between Torikatula and Ryota. Here we see some Kawasaki action.
Kiyoshi and Deandra finding some good improvements on the previous laps, 2:11.3, 2:11.5. So they now trail just by about 2.5 seconds. So it's looking good for Deandra as well. I think he's getting good help from Kiyoshi. In the first round, we saw a bit of a gap between the pair of them.
Yeah, and then Deandra looked a lot closer in China. What I really want to see is these guys running with some of the others, so we can get some kind of visual comparison where they have the advantages and where they're not quite so good.
Yeah, on that shot just now, where there was in the braking, one thing I noticed was that it seems that they have to brake just that little bit earlier. The main factor would be the weight. It's harder to stop the bike with about 20-25 kilos right under them. So that is one challenge, and then of course they have to really bring the gas out early on. We're looking forward to seeing more of that once they bunch up together.
Yeah, so we can expect to see quick straight line speed, the riders trying to keep the revs up and keep the corner speed up.
The other factor that I remember from the old bike in the 90s is that format of a 4-cylinder 250cc, there's not that much engine braking, so that's another thing to factor in. So it cooks up the brakes, it's harder to slow down.
Yeah, in the very first race we saw Aiki run off at the very fast turn 4 because his brakes were overheating. And so for race 2 they upgraded the brakes, and I'm sure that's one of the main things they're looking at with this Kawasaki.
Vietnam has come out for a second stint, has found some improvements, a 2:12.233. Ryota Ogiwara has now been relegated down to 6th place due to Arai Gaska's improvements. He's gone up to 5th. Chandra as well has just set his fastest lap for himself, a 2:09.046.
Astra Honda know how to pick them, don't they? And bring them through. There's so much talent in Indonesia, and of course Yamaha Indonesia as well, in the shape of Arai Gaska.
Yeah, Arai's just 15 years old. He hasn't turned 15 yet, still 14. So really young talent for Astra Honda Racing once again.
Yeah, it's notable as well how he presents himself. You know, he speaks good English, he's quite articulate. Well, they do produce some terrific riders. They really help their development in that Astra Honda setup. Just check on the number 51 there, I think that's Fonzie Keegan from the Philippines. See 51. Yeah, he's in 16th fastest so far.
One thing we must remember about Kiandra is he's really in good race form as well. In the Asia Talent Cup, he's managed victories and fighting for the podium all the way through. He's going to be one to look out. He's on good form.
Warwick Tongbapakun just there running with Alfonsi.
Car Vietnam just found a really good lap time at 2:11.061. It's got up into 8th place. The Car Vietnam starting to understand the circuit better. That should be improving throughout the weekend.
Yeah, taking a sensible approach. By his own admission, he was a little hot-headed in the first round. Felt it really was time for him to score a victory. And then he just dialed it back a little bit. The race in China. And sure enough, his bad luck turned to good luck with his first win. If you look carefully at some of the camera shots, you can see why this used to be called Twin Ring Motegi. It's a banked oval circuit that was originally built to attract IndyCar racing to Motegi, and it really is quite something to see. Seems like a lot of racetracks in Japan, this one has been carved into the mountainside. Beautiful location. Fonzie running wide there. Learning process for the young Filipino. Saiki Yoshi, the number 37 Kawasaki, and that's another one of the fast wildcards, Ryuji Yoko, number 62.
Just ready, he was doing a practice start down there.
Yeah, I hesitated to say that, but it looked a little bit like that.
So right now there's a Car Vietnam coming through, making the end retreat. Car Vietnam really finding fast start times. He's improved again on the last lap at 2:10.993, just slowly chipping away at the gap.
He's very much a leader of the sport in Vietnam. Got several Vietnamese riders coming through now, but I think we could say safely that Cal Vietnam is the Sifu of that, and it's great to see that his success and his speed has been making the sport more popular in Vietnam, and also bringing in new riders. There's Cal Vietnam running with Ferozi. Cal Vietnam that always runs with that big 65, and Ferozi on that distinctive R3. The 36, and his teammate Arayagaska, we were looking at earlier, is 38. Colours and numbers are important if you're trying to see where your rider is.
Motegi Waters found a good lap time. He's got up into 5th place. 209.724. He goes back up into 5th place now. So it looks like the lap times for now, fastest we'll see is about mid to high 208s. Maybe dropping down to the lower 2-minute 8s once heat builds up a little bit. Another wildcard here, Ryuji Yoko.
Yeah, that was the rider we saw playing about and thinking about doing a practice start with Aiki Yoshi, who he's running with now. That's interesting.
How much later he was able to break the Aiki, having to let off much earlier, I think easily about 5 meters earlier. Should be a good lap from Ryuji coming through, because he had slipstream behind Aiki all the way through the front straight. This is the comparison that we were asking for now. We just get to see the Yamaha versus the Kawasaki. See how Aiki's just pulling the throttle full gas earlier, just pushing the bike much wider.
Yeah, this is interesting, because clearly Ryuji is a decent rider. with some experience of this circuit as well, which, as we said earlier, Aikiyoshi does not have.
Speaking of the ZX 254, I was just imagining how it would sound through that tunnel section coming through. Must be absolutely beautiful.
We need to put a microphone in there.
Yeah.
On your screen there is Kevin Kinzel for Honda Racing India. Currently a little off the pace. In 14th position. 2:12, best time for him. That's 3.1 seconds off the best time, which is still held by Ferozi Torokatila. Get a good idea of the elevation challenge that this circuit holds as well. So there's a shortish straight, but involves downhill braking, which is interesting. That's especially interesting for Aikiyoshi and Deandra on those Kawasaki's to haul those heavier machines down.
Yeah, the downhill section is really a challenge for brakes and braking method as well, to keep that rear tire planted.
Yeah, so careful on the front brake, dabbling on the back brake.
Aslan's definitely going to have fun there.
Oh, he will. I can't wait to see Aslan there. Yeah. Great shapes. The ASB 1000s will be the third session out today, and there will be 3 sessions for them, as there will be for the AP 250s and the Supersports.
Ryota Ogiwara has just set another fast lap time. He's gone up into third. So if we were to take our predictions from practice 1 for the AP 250s, Ryota Ogiwara is going to be right up there in the mix with some of the best of the AP 250 class. He's only 0.353 away from Ferozi Torokatila's best lap time so far.
Yeah, and he's 0.4 of a second faster than Sharifudin, who has got experience here as well. So Ryota doing a really decent job here. We'd often expect, in the natural order of things, the wildcards to show stronger in the first session as the debutants on this circuit get used to things, but I think there's no doubt of Ryota's quality looking at what he's done so far.
Checker flights come out for the AP 250 class at 30 minutes off practice 1. As it stands for Rosie, continuing on some really good performances for the season. Kiandra doing a really good job as well in second, just 0.1 away from Rosie.
There is, talking about young, exciting Indonesians. There is Araya Gaska, the number 38, running with another quick wild card, Ryuji Yoko. Kintel going through there on the white Honda. That is Cao Vietnam on that distinctive number 65. He has bigger numbers than everybody, which we always appreciate.
Cao Vietnam just set his personal best. Moves up into 9th place, so he's reduced the gap down to 1.7 from Ferozi. Aikiyoshi as well with his personal best on the last lap, 2 minute 10.941.
The East NJT Hondas are starting to make their presence felt as well, in the shape of Warwick Tongnopakun and Piawat Patumios. Both experienced 250 riders. They're both in the mid 211s. So we just were having a quiet look around then to gauge the wind. and the circuit conditions, as well as our own orientation to this circuit. 4.8 kilometers, 14 turns, and with the session having ended, Ferozi Torokatula is confirmed. He was at the top of the timing screens for most of that session. That was a 2:08.947. That's the target. Next best, Kiandra Ramadipa for Astra Honda Racing Team, 2:09.046. Just behind him, Ryota Ogewara for Samoa Racing Team. Persian Atner was 4th, Sharifuddin Azman was 5th, and Araya Gaska 6th, all of those in the 2:09s. Deandra was the fastest for Motul Sniper Manual Tech, and Cal Vietnam ended up 9th for Honda Racing Vietnam. Ryuji Yoko for Team Tech 2 Mototech was 10th. Aiki Yoshi did a 2:10.9. Warwick Tomnopakun for East NJT 2:11.5. Piawat Patumios, his teammate, 2:11.7. Yuta Date for Victor Racing Team was 14th. 15th, Kevin Kintel for Idemitsu Honda Racing India. Oshirin Tuptimon for East NJT was 16th. 17th, Alfonsi de Keegan. Nguyen Ampu was 18th, and his teammate Nguyen Hu Tri for Honda Racing Vietnam 19th. 20th, Gaozi Ang, good to see him again, Team One for All. And Vreo Makasuba for Pitspike One Way was 21st. Wang Jiedong, 22nd for Victor Racing Team. And we're not quite finished. 23rd, Mohsin Paramban for Honda Racing India. Chunchen Zhang for TY Antares Racing Team, and Long Nan Te for Victor Racing Team. His best time was a 2:18.8. So that's the end of the first free practice session of the day for the AP250s. We're going to take a short break, and we will be back in around 10 minutes in 5 minutes with the first practice session of the day for the Supersports 600. Once again, we're at Motegi for round 3 of the Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. Welcome back to Motegi, everyone who's joining us on live stream. It's great to have you here for the first time ever for the ARRC at Mobility Resort Motegi. And we're here, of course, for round 3 of the Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. We just take a look around this magnificent course as the Supersports 600s come on their sighting lap for this 30-minute free practice 1 session for them. Most of these riders are here for the first time. I guess not the wild cards that we have here. We have 2 wild cards in the shape of Shinya Mikami from Taira Promote Racing and Kengo Nagao for Team Kenken, whom I do remember from Sugo, I think, last year. Number 1, 2, 3 on your screen there going out is Razor Danica, rookie in this year and champion, previous 250 champion for 2023. And 31 going there, a promising rookie in this class, has come in very well this season.
Yeah, the Honda Talent's got a really good program going on for this year. They're competing in the Malaysian Superbike Championship as well to gather more data and just get more track time on the bikes for the riders.
Yeah, Tanat and Kiatisak for Honda Racing Thailand. Both were in 250s last year and both made very promising starts in the 3 races we've had so far. And there on your screen is one of the wild cards. Let's just check the runners and riders here with the numbers, especially. That was Shinya Mikami on what looked like a beautifully turned out R6 for Taira Promote Racing. The All Japan Championship is a really good domestic series. I put it up there with BSB and Moto America as one with really great quality racing, machine preparation, professionalism. Going through there is the championship leader for Yamaha Technique Racing Team ASEAN. That is Apiwat Wongtananon, a Thai rider that we've seen in all classes at different times in ARRC. Very quick superbike rider now in Supersport, and we saw him for, I think it was 2 seasons, going back a while now, in AP 250s, where he was also one of the top riders. Now in his late 20s and very much in his prime. It's confident, feistiness that we used to see in him, he's managed to channel really well into quick riding, and he's just a magnificent competitor. Something always happens when Apiwat is on track. The first time we saw him on the 600 in the Supersport 600 was at the last race of the season last year, when his team were fighting for the championship on behalf of Soichiro Minamoto, and Apiwat rode shotgun in race 1 to ensure that he could take the championship, and then took the race himself in race 2. Apiwat being trailed there by Azroy, the only other rider to win a race this year. Go on, Daniel, what's amusing you?
No, just because I wanted to mention how in last one in Suzuha, I remember a conversation between Helmi, Azroy and Apiwat off camera. They were discussing with each other Apiwat's antics in the race, and I can't remember if it was Azroy or Helmi that said, "You crazy, man." And just in that shot there, you could see Apiwat looking at Azroy, trying to get an advantage from him. And he said, "No, thank you. You go ahead."
Yeah, he does like to stamp his authority wherever he is, Apiwat. It is amusing. It used to be, like I said, a lot more feisty than it is now. My previous life as an official had few conversations with him in race control, but he's a lovely guy, great competitor, and so good to have back in this championship this year. He was in World Supersport last year. He had injuries, which meant that he... There we are, getting used to the track. So that wobble from Azroy lets Apiwat through.
Speaking of experience on the track, I think this is one of the few categories, one of the two categories besides the Underbone 150. I think, sorry, yeah, besides the Underbones, where no rider has ridden here besides the wildcards. In the thousands, we have a few riders who have ridden here in different championships before. But yeah, that was just Azroy trying to understand where he can really get the gas out. The last lap on the out lap, saw Azroy struggling to keep the front wheel down at the last turn. But Apiwat already looking quite comfortable, and he's already set the fastest lap time of the session with Azroy.
Yeah, Azroy's teammate we spoke to in the press conference yesterday, there he is, right on cue. Helmi Asman just jumped to the top, and he cheekily described this as a Honda track when we were talking about the relative advantages and disadvantages, because this is a Honda and Yamaha shootout. There is nobody else involved in this class. So let's see how that works out. That's Kiatisak, one of the very promising rookies from Honda Racing Thailand. Here with that is Tanat, the other one. They are here this weekend with their rider coach, Ratapat Willarot. Very highly regarded former Moto2 rider, and even going back on 250s in MotoGP. So Helmi's best time, because we're looking for some benchmarks here. That's a 158, pretty much dead.
Yeah, I suspect as they start to get comfortable, we will see probably lower 157s, possibly even a 156.
Yeah, well, we've got a few in the 158s. Fastest 5, including Kengo Nagao, who's just been bumped down to 7th by Kiatisak and McKinley Carl Paz. It's been a good start for the Yamaha Technical Racing Team ASEAN from Apiwat, who currently sits 3rd on the 158. It's changing now. Apiwat is in the 157s and Azroy is in the mid 156s. So there you go, Daniel. And Kengo Nagao has just gone into the early mid 156s with 156.3. So there we are, we're less than 10 minutes into this session and fireworks have begun.
So I just pulled out some lap times from the All Japan Road Race Championship Series from Motegi. So for the stock 600, the fastest lap times we're looking at around 152. Of course, we have to factor in regulation differences and tires, but that is so. Generally, it's possible for the 600 to do around 152s. We'll see what we get as this as the weekend progresses. For now, already 156. So yeah, my predictions already already proven wrong. So possibly 55s, maybe even the higher 54s as they get comfortable.
Yeah, that's really good. And anyway, they're led now by one of the local riders, Kengo Nagao, for Ken team. And again, we see the number 48 on the screen. Oh, Shinya Mikami, currently down in 14. Let's see what he can do, because that's a beautiful machine. So let's guess he's a rider who deserves to be aboard it. There's Kiatisak, number 85. 23, that is McKinley Carl Paz, coming into this class this season. So he's a class rookie. He was the 2019 Underbone 150 champion So it's great to see him back after his international experience. Just going past him there is Shinya Mikami on the number 48. There's another shot of the gradient here. The gradient varies by 30 meters, so that's significant and just makes it even more interesting here. Just saw Xiaojun Tong, Chinese rider for Victor Racing Team, leaving pit lane.
Just looking at Kengo Nagawa, current fastest rider in the Supersports 600. He's had appearances in the World Superbike Championship as well. He's done with Puchetti Racing and Puchetti Racing Kawasaki, as well as WeBike Philippines. Sorry, Team Ken Ken.
Right, looking at the timing screens, we have the top 5 riders in the 156s. Kengo Nagao, Helmi Asman, Apiwak Mongtananon, Azroy Anouar, and Adinanta Putra for Astra Honda Racing Team. Kidney Carl Paz in 158, Wayne Agroho. They're both rookies to watch out for in the late 158s. Vida Ega Pratama, the brilliant young Indonesian who crushed the competition in the Asia Talent Cup last year to take the win by more than the championship by more than 100 points. He's on a 159, very young rider, and so I think the physical challenges of stepping up from 250s to 600s is something that he's working on. What's your view of Vida's progress in this class, Daniel?
Yeah, I think Veda's biggest challenge, which we've seen a few times already, is he's young. He's really he's not. Well, how do I put this nicely? He's not a built rider and in form factor. So he will struggle with strength a bit to try and muscle down the Supersport 600 class, especially because it's a category where the bike tends to move a lot. So it can get quite tiring, but he's had some brilliant performances in Rebel Rookies Cup as well. So I think he will take that momentum into the 600 class here, but it's a whole different challenge.
Yeah, that's right. Another 15-year-old?
15, yeah.
Yeah. And I mean, basically what you were saying about his physique is that he's a typical 15-year-old.
Yeah, exactly. He has still been impressive. I mean, the first time ever that we saw him on the 600s, he was right up there in the top 5, top 6. So it'll be interesting to see how Veda goes around here. So far, the feeling that we're getting from the images is that the bikes move about a lot on the exits. They really are struggling to keep the front wheel down at times, and downhill here, this is a real challenge for your forearm. As of right now, looking a bit further down, Sha Tong finding some improvements to 204.081. So for riders like Sha Tong, I think once we get past practice 2, he'll be able to get into those lap times that we should see him more or less into the top 10 as we have in previous times. You know, he's really been improving for the past couple of seasons, and yeah, once he gets used to the track, he's really well within reach of a top 5 fight. And we do hope to see that.
Absolutely, we do. Yeah, that would be fantastic for all kinds of reasons. For the team, Victor Racing, such a storied team in this championship. Sha Tong as an emerging Chinese racer, and of course for the series, where we just love to see the more nationalities coming through at the front, the merrier.
Just looking at the timings in the top 5, they're bunching up now. Everyone's improving. So between the top 5, the gap is 0.492. From Marinata down to Rei Matsuoka. Kengo Nagao improving in the last lap. Azrai as well as Rei Matsuoka.
Yeah, and Appy Watt has just come out after a stop. He's currently down in 6th with a best time of 56.4. And I think I saw McKinley go out just before him as well. I think Kyle is out too.
Yeah, Appy Watt coming back up for his second run now. Interesting to see how Appy Watt responds to everyone lapping in the 155s. Azrai's just gone up a 155.8. He goes up into 3rd. So, surprise, surprise, the Hondas are looking strong here in Motegi.
Yeah, going with the plan. The circuit was inaugurated in 1997 and built by Honda. So, and it was originally known as Twin Ring Motegi because they have this road racing circuit and the oval Daniel mentioned earlier, which is no longer in use after earthquake damage.
Yeah, just looking at the history of the oval. They ran IndyCar from 2007 up until...
sorry to interrupt, Daniel, but that was impressive. That's Kengo Nagao going to the top.
Really stamping his name in this category. I mean, he's got a good history here in Japan for the stock 600s. He's done a wildcard in WSBK, and he's really flexing that experience now. 155.584.
Brilliant. So we can expect him to be in the mix for sure.
Good improvements again from Sha Tong. He's knocked off another 2 seconds at 202.783. So Sha Tong just slowly eating away at the gap.
Azrai on our screens now. He's been at or near the front, or at least within touching distance for this whole session.
Nanta now, he's responded a 155.556. Let's see what Azrai does as he comes across the line now. 156 on that lap, so maybe a mistake somewhere for Azrai.
Yeah, the times are bunching up in those 155s, aren't they? Just 0.25 covering the top 4.
Here's a young talent on screen now, Veda Ega. So again, the challenge, as you mentioned, would be for him in regards to his physique. It's a track with 30 meters of elevation that you mentioned, so it's going to be challenging. Braking over here is it's going to be really heavy on his upper body, so it's a challenge for Veda, but he is very much a very talented young rider. The Rebel Rookies Cup the other day, he led the race momentarily as well, so he's no slouch. We've seen what he can do in the 250s. We've seen him a few times on the 600s.
We can expect him literally to grow into this class.
Yeah.
See Razor Danica rejoining. Razor currently 7th. His best time 156.7, 1.3 off the top. Just a light breeze here at Motegi. And just from where we're sitting in the commentary box, we can see the exit of turn 14, the victory corner. And the speeds that they're hitting as they come across the finish line are really quick, and this isn't the longest straight. There goes Azroy, number 20.
Kengo Nagawa has just been so impressive, a 155.383. So, by the looks of things, I think we can very much expect 154, a high 154 to come around, maybe in practice 2 or practice 3, if not qualifying. Qualifying, especially with the different tire compound.
Yeah, they got 3 sessions today. Often we see the fastest time set in the second session.
Temperatures, if I'm not mistaken, we're looking at around 26, 27 degrees Celsius at its peak, and that should be around midday. But with the cloud cover, I don't think it's going to go up to 20, 26, 27. Looks to be around around a cool 25, 24.
Yeah, lovely. Like an English summer.
Yeah.
or a good English summer's day, that is.
Without the rain then.
Yeah. And speaking of rain, there isn't any forecast this weekend. It doesn't look threatening at the moment, despite the clouds.
Yeah, it is what we hope for around here.
In terms of tyre performance, should be good for everybody. Shajin Tong, 22. Got Kengo Nagao coming up behind him. Two bikes running together. That's, yeah, Kengo Nagao passes Shajin Tong. Let's see if Shajin Tong can just hold on a little bit.
Again, the way Shajin Tong's going about this is really good. He's just improved again another second off his previous best to 1.955. So he's just slowly eating away. Azroy has just improved his personal best. He goes up into second, 155.519, and I think. I think that's Apiwa that's just found himself behind Kengo. So Kengo Nagao is going to be a real reference point, especially for the Yamahas, because right now, I mean, this is a Honda circuit. It's built by Honda. This is where they develop a lot of the bikes. And Kengo on the Yamaha is currently the fastest on track. So he has something special in him. He's a fast rider and currently fastest in his class. I mean, just look at how fast he comes through this final section. I mean, it's only one session that we've seen him, but I really hope he follows this to Mandalika.
Yeah, absolutely. And great stuff for Team Ken. See their rider at the top for so much of this session now. And the other thing I really like is just how close the top 4 are on times. That bodes really well for a couple of fantastic races this weekend. One surprise here is Tana. It looks as though he's had some problems in this session. He's currently sitting at the bottom, which we wouldn't expect, so clearly problems for the young Thai rookie.
Yeah, again, Tana with Honda Thailand, they had a pretty successful weekend in the Malaysian Superbike Championship, and they will be pretty fresh from that. There must be some bike issues or something that they're just not able to work around yet. We know Tana is a fast rider and should be well further up.
Oh, and there goes Apiwat just to the top. Ooh. It's a tight margin though. Yeah, 500ths. Faster than Helmi, who's now second. Azroy dropped to third. So kicking off in a kind of a free practice one way. Right at the end of the session. Checkered flag will be out in 30 seconds from now. Adananta's dropped down to 5th. We have the fastest 6 riders. 6th being Reza Danica, so this is good in the 155s. So great to see this progress from Reza as well, so early in the weekend.
This is what we want to see. 4 riders at the top with less than a tenth between them. Kengo again improving, goes up back into third. This is a proper show now. We have a Yamaha, Honda. As Helmi still in the hot lap, Appy Watts backed off. Let's see if Helmi can find any improvements on this one.
Yeah, so that's Appy Watts' best time done for this session. Helmi's still got his head down.
Yeah, as well, we saw him at the back there, is backed off from this lap, so there's going to be Helmi who has a chance to improve his lap time in practice 1. So the margins between the top 6 is looking like it's going to be a real fight this weekend.
Yeah, we've often seen this in Supersports 600. The checkered flag is being waved.
So, I mean, just one thing I've noticed is that Kengo's going way aggressive into the last few turns, whereas Helmi and the other Hondas are just going a bit smoother, and Helmi comes across now a 155.6, so he does not improve his lap time.
Vader just going across. It's been really good performances there, bearing in mind that this is a new experience for the majority of these riders. And so exciting to see a wild card up there. I know the regular riders don't like the championship points to be messed up by wild cards, but we love it. It's so exciting to see.
Shout out to Shajun Dong again. He's just found even more improvements, so good to see that from Shajun Dong and Victor Racing.
Absolutely.
Shinya Mikami is sitting in 12th, 3 seconds down from Appy Watts 155.3.
Yeah, looking at some of these rookies, Kiatisak and Wayu Nugroho. Kiatisak 0.8 off the quickest, Wayu 1.4, McKinley Carl Paz 1.6, Vida Egger 2.4 seconds off, so a little bit of learning for him.
One thing we know about Veda is he will find his way quickly around this Motegi circuit, and I think we should definitely see him in the battle with the top 10s.
Yeah, I think we will. Appy Watt has made a really good start to his weekend campaign. As we just look across there at Indian Oil, our fuel partner for this season and the next 2 following that. There it is, confirmed. 155.304 was good enough to give the session to Appy Watt on Tananon for Yamaha Techni Racing Team Asia. Second was Helmi Asmans, so tight between them. Kengo Nagao, the exciting wild card, who's really making an impression here. Azroy for Idemitsu Bunsu Honda in 4th. 5th, Adinata Putra for Astra Honda Racing Team. His teammate and class rookie Reza Danica Arens was 6th. 7th was Rei Matsuoka, stand-in rider for Yamaha Racing Indonesia. And Kiatisak for Honda Racing Thailand was 8th. And in P9 was Wayu Nugroho for Yamaha Racing Indonesia. Appy Watt's teammate McKinley Carl Paz, the Filipino rider, was 10th. 11th, Veda Ega Pratama. Another wildcard, Shinya Mikami for Tyra Promo Racing was 12th. 13th, Shajun Tong. And 14th, I think in that session, a troubled Tana Long Pliao. So that wraps the first free practice session for Supersport 600s, and down in pit lane we can see the Superbikes getting ready for their first free practice session of the day. So we're going to take a 5-minute break and we'll be right back. You are with us for free practice day at Motegi for round 3 of the Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. Stay with us. Welcome back to magnificent Motegi. We are here at Mobility Resort Motegi for round 3 of the Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. And on track now for the first time today for free practice 1 is the ASB 1000 class. And while some of these riders have raced here before, some of the more experienced ones, many have not. So this is going to be a really interesting session to see how this plays out. Rider just going through there was Aslan Shah, more of whom later, of course, as he is one of the championship contenders. A note to make at the outset is that the 2023 champion, Markus Reiterberger, who won it for TKKR BMW last year, is away once again on endurance racing duty this weekend. So by the end of this weekend, Marcus will have missed 2 rounds, and he had a pretty unhappy opening round, so he didn't collect many points, or he hasn't collected many points so far this season, unfortunately for him. But meanwhile, Andy Farid Izdihar, a Honda Asia Dream Racing with Astimo, is your championship leader. The circuit really is a fascinating one. It's longish, 4.8 kilometers with 14 turns. That's 8 right and 6 left, and it has 2 tunnels, just to make the spectacle even more enjoyable. It has fast straights, really hard braking points, including downhill braking, which is going to be challenging. And as Daniel was speculating earlier, watching Aslan Shah under braking on the downhill for that downhill turn is going to be something to enjoy.
One thing to remember about Aslan Shah and Motegi as well. In 2015, his second season in Moto2, he managed his best ever result, which was a P4. And I still remember he mentioned to me that he even got credit from the legendary Valentino Rossi for that performance, and it was quite a race that Aslan rode. So Aslan has good memories and a good feeling here in Motegi. Now it's just a matter of him getting that BMW around the circuit in similar fashion.
Yeah, I mean, what we've been seeing in the build-up to this race just around the paddock is a very relaxed and happy-looking Aslan Shah, and that normally precurses a good weekend's racing for him. And there he is, the number 25.
That's Shota Yokoyama just coming through there. Shota, 22-year-old young Japanese rider, rides in the stock 1000s locally.
Yeah, we've got, that's the 31. Aslan just re-familiarising himself, and look at that, that's interesting. It's very, on the first flying lap, Yuki Kuni goes to the top, so this is a good chance to mention that about 6 or 7 weeks ago, it was actually a week before, we just lost our screen, but it's back, just a week before round 2, ARC round 2, he won the Superstock race here. That was his first win in the All Japan Superstock 1000 series, and I watched that subsequently, and that was a convincing win. He ran away from the field. So Yuki Kuni, who has scored 3 4th places from 3 starts, is going to be looking for something better this weekend for SDG Park Pro.
And early lap times are 1:55.8 from Shota. So I think we can expect the lap times to drop somewhere around the 1:53, 55s are more or less where we saw the 600s. In the stock 1000 Japan Championship, lap times here again, factor in regulation differences and tires. They do about 1:52, 1:53, so well, that's what we're looking at.
Yeah, that seems about right. Another rider that will have had experience around here is Nakarin Atirapuvapat, although that was on Moto 3 machine. Shonishimura, unsurprisingly for a local rider, making a good introduction to this session as well. He's currently third, and he's riding, dare I say it, the BMW that would otherwise be ridden by Markus Reiterberger this weekend. Shoto peeling off. The entrance to pit lane here is just at the entrance to turn 13, and here's a rider worth talking about as well on that distinctive blue JDT Ducati, Hafiz Shirin, who has got lots of experience around here in MotoGP, Moto2 and so on. How do you think he's going to do this weekend, Daniel?
Yeah, I think in regards to understanding the track, in this field, Hafiz will know it the best. He's done many seasons around in Motegi, so he will know the track the best. It's just a challenge for the team to get the bike in with data and such. But speaking of the team, it's not JDT that's racing in the Suzuka 8-hour endurance, but they just did a test with Team Kageyama with Hafiz riding. So I'm sure there's some data that's been shared. Paolo Ciabatti was actually down in Suzuka with Hafiz.
Yeah, very interesting. And a lot of these superbike riders were doing those early tests for the Suzuka 8-hour, which is a massive event, one of the biggest motorsport events in the calendar across any class, but especially here in Japan. It's literally for them the main event of the year.
Just looking at Hafiz's results in Japan. Previously he's done P7 in 2015 aboard the Moto2. MotoGP is he placed best, P3 is his best performance in Japan, a podium.
Yeah, just watching Hafiz, he looks like he's got I think he's got a medium front and a soft rear, but he just had a bit of a buckaroo effect there. So the bike's not quite settled yet, I think. Let's take a look. That's a hard front.
That was one of the things that we took note of, the bike moving about a bit. So this weekend, the challenge seems to be as well as suspension setup. They've got a good team under them. Now let's follow Hafiz. He comes across 154.7. He goes up into 4th place. Hasan Shah, best lap right now, 153.981.
So those times moving in the direction you predicted, Daniel. Nakarin holding on there in 2nd. Let's just see how Hafiz does here. He's currently 2nd in the championship, which is pretty good going after 3 races. He had a DNF in race 1 in Thailand, where we had the first round, but then sorted out the gremlins and came through to finish 2nd in race 2, and then he took a win in Zhuhai.
Must take note, Zakwan is currently sitting in 7th. He's only just got the cast off after fracturing both his right and left hand.
Yeah, that was a nasty crash, nasty injury that prevented him from competing. So it happened in free practice in China. So very unfortunate for Zakwan. So he's only ridden in 2 races so far out of 3. And he'll need to be a little bit careful this time around, because as you said, he's not fully recovered. We're not expecting rain here, but if we did have rain, then that would be good for him. Well, Sho Nishimura has just gone to the top. 153.5, sorry, Daniel.
Yeah, no, Zakwan as well. He's also found some good lap times in a 154.1. So Zakwan, despite still, what I imagine, still recovering from his double fracture, doing good. And Shota, 153.3. So The Japanese riders starting to show what they're made of. Hafiz as well, a 153.5, an early fast lap time from him. Mind you, in previous rounds, Hafiz and JDT took at least 2 practice sessions before we saw them up in the top 3. So this is really good from JDT Racing Team now. They're starting to get into the top 3 early on.
Yeah, Andy Ferreira, just looking for him. He's just jumped up the order from mid-pack to second, 153.3. So he's very, very close to the fastest time of Shota. Let's call the teams out as well. Shota riding for Ogura Clutch and Nitro Racing. Sho Nishimura on that gorgeous TKKR BMW. As a fast track, it's really going to be interesting to see how the Hondas go. We know the Hondas are fast, but we also know that the BMWs are really fast. And so, of course, is the Ducati, famously so.
One thing I'm just analyzing a bit is that Shota Yukiyama, he's on a Yamaha. And we know that Yamaha Racing Team Asia has had their struggles. So I'm wondering if Shota's having a good weekend. Would there be a possibility that Yamaha Racing Team ASEAN asks Shota, what are you doing that's correct around here?
Well, we would hope so, because at the moment Soichiro Minamoto is 14th and Kazuma is 15th in this 15-rider field. They've just moved up 1 place each.
Hafiz a 152.261.
So there we are, straight into the low 52s. Daniel, what's your next prediction?
Well, at this rate, we're looking at a 151. That's a second clear of Shota Yokoyama. That's actually a brilliant lap from Hafiz. Again, he's had good performances here in the past in a different championship.
Yeah, and another good lap from Andy, who's getting his eye in as well. Andy Farides Deha, Andy Gilang, he is 0.8 of a second off that best time.
Oh, someone's gone off here. Yellow flags out in this section now. A lot of dust kicking off.
Yeah.
Oh, that's Hafiz that's gone down.
There's Hafiz, so he shot to the top and then lost it.
That is truly unfortunate for Hafiz, because he was really getting into a good rhythm. I think it would have been a 151 coming from Hafiz eventually, but oh, then look at what we have as transportation here on the gravel trap.
Yeah, I noticed 3 of those yesterday. Those are just perfect for getting through. That's proper transport.
That is proper. Shout outs to the Motegi Mobility Resort for this.
Yeah, brilliant stuff.
We've never had that in the Asia Road Racing Championship season.
No, they're going to be envious eyes at some of the other circuits, Sepang, Buriram.
Somebody call Mandalika, tell them get this ready.
That's it, that is a way to get through. Like snowshoes for a truck.
While we were looking at the transportation around here, Zakwan Zaidi goes up, Nakarin goes up, Andy Farid as well. So we have the Ducati of Hafiz who's just being pushed out of the gravel there, followed by 3 Hondas, followed by a Yamaha from Shota Yokoyama. It's really good to see a Yamaha up in the mix. Sho Nishimura, the wild card, the stand-in rider for Marcus Reiterberger. He's in 6th. Azan Shah, his teammate, in 7th. Soichiro Minamoto in 8th.
Yeah, Soichiro just came up, and so did Kazma Daniel into 10th there. Soichiro 154.6, Kazma 156.9. So still a little hill to climb for those guys. And there is the brilliant and brave Zakwan Zaidi. Well, his courage has never been in doubt, or his indomitability. So the top, well, let's take out Hafiz at the moment, because he's taken himself out and he's so far faster than everybody else. But between Andy Farides Deha in P2 and, let me see, all the way down to Sho Nishimura in 6th. The times are really tight, just a few tenths between those guys.
I'm expecting we're going to see a lot more from Aslan as the day progresses. You know, Aslan's got a good feeling around Motegi. I think it's just a matter of them getting that bike set up right. Of course, Aslan riding a fresh bike from BMW, so it's good to see Aslan getting the support that he deserves.
Absolutely, yeah. This is a late flourish in his career, in my opinion. And you can just see it in him, the way that he looks. He looks fitter than I can remember seeing him.
Yeah, that's true. I mean,
yeah.
he's been really working out for the past few months. More than I think I've ever seen him working out in previous years.
Yeah, I mentioned this to him in Zhuhai, and he said he's gotten to the stage where his body expects him to go to the gym every day, expects to work out every day. So he's crossed that Rubicon, and he's really into it now, and he's looking really good for an old fella. Just in case he listens to this later, but there's Kazma. Currently 10th, been struggling for a long time with that Yamaha to get the speed that he needs to get on terms with the Hondas. But we have seen a fast Yamaha out here with Shota Yokoyama. And that was Shota Yokoyama, the number 31 there. 153.3. And Yuki Kuni, I was just thinking about having a look for him. 152.070, so 152 dead for him. That's almost 2 tenths quicker than that brilliant time by Hafiz. So Yuki Kuni, as I mentioned earlier, had a convincing win in the Stock 1000 class in All Japan about 6 or 7 weeks ago. So that's a good start for him. There he is, the number 92 for the SDG Arc Pro Honda.
If my eyes and my memory serves me well, those are new wiglets on Yuki Kuni's bike.
He has the new bike. Good point, Daniel. He does have the new bike. While I was sniffing around the pits yesterday, I did get that information. That for the first time this season, he's running the latest incarnation of the CBR 1000 RRR.
And by the looks of it, he's riding that bike really, really well. A 152.0. Yuki Kuni has arrived the only one to challenge Hafiz's time of a 152.2. This is starting to shape up really nicely. Yuki fresh off his first victory in the Stock Thousands. SDG as well, 500 races, if I remember correctly, in all championships combined, I think.
Really?
They were celebrating with his victory, the weekend before his victory. And I remember the team boss saying, only one more left to do, which is a victory. And they did achieve that.
Yeah, I see they've freshened up the livery as well. The bikes look really good.
This is a man on a mission and a team with a mission, a 151.410 for Yuki Kuni. So the benchmark has been completely shifted now. It's a 151.4 for Yuki Kuni in the morning practice 1.
And he took 6 tenths of his previous best time. That was phenomenal. So there he is, brand new Honda. A rider that's already picked up good points from 3 P4s in the opening races of the season. And looking good for more points this weekend. Well, we'd love to see it.
Just looking at the riders who have had experience here as well, it's Andy Farid. Andy Farid has ridden here in the Asia Talent Cup back in 2015, 2016. He's finished pretty well in around Motegi in the previous times that he's been here.
I think most of these riders have been here. Kazma's been here, hasn't he? I think.
No, on that season they didn't. Yeah.
Okay.
So Kazma, surprisingly, because you with his experience in Moto2 as well, we would have thought he has, but on that season they did not.
So I think 9 out of 15 riders have been here before. And funnily enough, they're the 9 quickest right now. Next best is Passawit.
So we're coming in with a 1:55.335 as his fastest lap time. So, oof.
Yeah, Passawit with this kind of hybrid team, Astimo S1 and Thai Honda. Simon Murray going through, the number 44 for Victor Racing. Definitely his first time here as well. First time for him so far, 2:01. We saw Teo Yu Zhou is out somewhere at the moment, so he's finding his way around as well. Both those riders based in Malaysia, although Osama, of course, is Yemeni. He told me that the Yemeni ambassador was going to be here this weekend.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, along with a few other Middle Eastern ones. I think he mentioned Qatar, Saudi Arabia, and another one. There is Aslan Shah.
Should be his second run now. Came out early on, went back into the pit after about 5-6 laps. I'm not sure if I read that correctly, but it looks like Yuki Kuni's actually improved his lap time on 1:51.274.
Yeah, he has. That's knocked another 10th off it, I think. So going out for a run there is the number 31 of Shoto Yokoyama. Currently looking good in P7. Best time 1:53.3, which suddenly is 2 seconds slower than the best time.
That was an unbelievable lap from Yuki. We thought Hafiz might be the runaway rider now. Yuki's just come across again. A 1:51.145. So Yuki is just eating away at his best lap. It's without qualifying tires as well. I think we're definitely going to see a 1:50 at this rate. Whether it will be from more riders than just Yuki, we will see. But definitely Hafiz was on course for a 1:51.
Yeah, he was. He found the limit, but he'll be back, no doubt.
Okay, 15 minutes, 16 minutes left. I'm just wondering whether they can get the bike out for at least a few more laps, just to get a bit more data in for the Ducati.
Yeah, it wasn't a serious crash, was it? It was just a trip into the gravel.
I thought for a second Hafiz coming out, but it's not. That
yeah,
is
Osama. No,
Chang Chi-ying.
Chang Chi-ying, yeah. So Chang Chi-ying riding Yamaha R1 for A-Racer Speed Tech. So that's something of a test bike for the rider from Taipei.
One of the developments with Vorapong, if I remember correctly, as well.
Yeah, that's right. Vorapong has been advising this team. I guess he's going to be there somewhere this weekend. I didn't see anybody in the TVS paddock section of the paddock yesterday.
Azan on the previous lap, he found his personal best at 1:53.981. Aslan for another lap now. Still quite a bit of time left for them to shake things up. Oh, Aslan just had a bit of traffic there in the way.
But fascinating at the top. Andy Farid Izdihar for Honda Asia Dream Racing with Astimo. Sitting third is almost 2 seconds slower than Yuki Kuni in P1.
These are not gaps that we usually see in this category at all.
Just trying to remember where the JDT pit is. I think it's just the other side of the Yamaha one there. We have the luxury of looking out of the window at down pit lane here at Motegi.
As Shafani gets past the Yamaha of Chang Chi-ying. Won't be this lap that helps Aslan improve, so he'll have to push on for another one. So now Aslan Shah comes down the front straight. And that lap it was at 156, so it held up for a bit there, Aslan.
Yeah, his best time just under 154, so plenty of work for the Malaysian veteran and championship challenger Aslan Shah. But he's unhurried in his approach to racing. Comes with experience. There's Lachlan Epis on the number 83 BMW for Evolution Sports. Lachlan currently 11th.
Yuki Kuni, sorry to distract the attention away from Lachlan, but Yuki has just set a 1 minute 50.814.
Yeah, now almost 1.5 seconds quicker than the next best time of Hafiz, which made us gasp when he did that. So the standard has really been set. The gauntlet thrown down. And here is the plucky Zakwan Zaidi on the number 21 Honda Asia Dream Racing with Astimo CBR 1000 Triple R. Recovering from injury. He knows he's going to be in pain this weekend, so he's taking the meds to deal with that. But having missed 1 race out of 3 so far, he'll be determined to score some good points this weekend. We've got 12 minutes remaining. Looking down there at Lachlan Epis's BMW in pit lane. Perhaps he'll have a final run.
Well, Zakwan Zaidi now. He's currently sitting 5th best. I must say, shout out to him. This is an amazing job after the double fracture.
Yeah, I was frightened to shake his hand or fist bump him yesterday. But looking at this, I needn't have worried.
Yuki's consistency, he's just done a 151.277. In front of him was Andy Farid, who just set his best, a 152.805. So the closest to Hafiz right now is Andy. He's about 0.5 away. Sho Nishimura just set a 152.874, so he improves up into 4th. And someone this has not caught my attention. Soichiro, he's doing a fantastic job actually. He's in 5th.
Yeah, Soichiro Minamoto, he knows his way around here as well. So Soichiro, him and Kazma. Kazma on 156. Soichiro on 153. So a bit of work there for Kazma to do. A bit of work for his crew to do to bring him up. We know the quality of Kazma. We know he should be up near the top of the timing screen. There is Soichiro Minamoto. And as they often do for free practice, Yamaha Techni Racing Team Asia are running black fairing.
Soichiro putting good work in. His teammate Cosmo Daniel has just come out to rejoin the last 10 minutes of the ASB 1000 practice 1.
Yeah, it's a good shot of Soichiro coming through that sweeping sort of second sector of the circuit.
Ooh, Andy Farid has just found a 151.924, so that puts him just 1.1 away from Yuki Kuni and ahead of Hafiz Sharin, who now gets pushed down to third.
Yeah, Andy Frid continues to impress.
Yuki Kuni just come back into pit lane. I think that should be session done for Yuki.
Yeah, that should definitely be good enough. 9 minutes remaining, unless they just want to try something else.
Just looking out of our commentary box and just trying to get the language from Yuki. And it looks like he was struggling a bit with the movement on the bike. And if you look at the lap times, you wouldn't think that at all. But that's the hard worker that Yuki is. He's going to look for an even faster lap time. And with qualifying compounds, we can fully expect a 149.
That is, as they would say in Japan, Kaizen, continuous improvement. And continuous improvement going on here with Soichiro Minamoto. Pace pretty consistent as well. Low 153s. Once again, we get a shot of him coming through that second sector of the circuit.
It seems that the soft option rear is going to be the favorite choice so far, but then again, we will have to see how practice 2 looks, because the temperature will be slightly different. I'm sure we'll see more riders testing the medium compounds. I doubt we'll see anyone running a hard option rear. We rarely ever do, but even more so in these temperatures.
Yeah, I think they'll stay in the truck.
Sho Nishimura, he's done a 151.980, so we've got 2 riders in the 151s and just Yuki Kuni in the 1 minute 50s.
And Hafiz sits alone in the 152s. So the times really are spread out. Another lap completed by Soichiro Minamoto.
Decent one again, a 153.158 for him that time. But it looks of it, Yuki's going to come up for another lap, so I think they've just done some slight adjustments and he will go up for the remaining 6.5 minutes.
Yeah, he didn't get off the bike. Lots of chatting there with Sal, the Dunlop technician, as well. Let's see, we're riding there with the number 52, Paswit Titiwararak. He's going to come out for a final stint. Oh no, he's coming in. Best time for him, 154.7. There's Chang Chi-ying.
Chang Chi-ying found some big improvements on the last lap. He's managed a 159.355.
Yeah, we mentioned this is an entry by A Racer, which is the. There goes Hafiz coming out of pit lane.
This will be interesting now. Hafiz, he was the first rider to get a good feeling, and then Yuki Kuni came across and set a new benchmark. Sho Nishimura and Andy Farid finding their best times, putting them third and second.
Yes, so Hafiz should get maybe 2 flying laps in before the checkered flag.
There's something dangling from the front of Chang Chi-ying's bike there.
Yeah.
That's one of the suspension sensors, I think.
Yeah, it is a sensor. It's nothing structural, but
for a second I was worried that was a brake lead, but
yeah, that was my first thought too.
Thank God that it's just a suspension sensor.
Yeah, these are things that make us wake up screaming.
Yeah. But thankfully for Chang Chi-ying, that's nothing major for him. Just a bit less information for A Racer to take back later.
Yeah.
You see that, it's a replay.
There it is. It is an experimental bike, this one. Or test mule if you want to be unkind. They race are the providers of ECUs for just about every bike in this championship. Not sure if he'd be aware of that, really.
Yeah, it's definitely not in any view for him, so.
No, he's not going to hear it, I don't think. So the camera's taking a close look at every turn at the dangling sensor of Zhang Qiying's bike. I don't think anybody's on a quick one at the moment. We've got 3 minutes before the checkered flag comes out.
Just looking around to see where Hafiz is on track now. He's just come out. He's probably the rider who's sat in pit lane the longest after his small tumble.
Yeah, there's Nakarina Terapuvapat, number 41 on your screen there. We haven't seen too much of him since the beginning of the session. He's currently down on a 153.133, which is, that was 150, yeah, 153.3 he did that time. So his pace is looking consistent. He's looking more aggressive on the bike as well.
Zaidi's just come back into pit lane. He's walking okay. I think he's the painkiller's definitely helping him there.
Yeah, 3 riders, of course, for Honda Asia Dream Racing. Zakwan Zaidi, the 2022 Superbike champion. Andy Farid Dehad, the current championship leader, and the rookie into ASB 1000 in the team, Nakarina Terapuvapat, we're looking at here. Already scored a podium in Zhuhai. So a good start for his career in ASB 1000. Beg your pardon, his first podium was in race 2 in round 1. Oh, there's technical flag being shown there.
I wonder if that was for Nakarin, because from something so far we can't see anything visually on Nakarin's bike. I would imagine that's for Zhang Qiying's bike.
Yeah, I would think so. Here they've also got electronic flags, but that's not one that they will show. I went to the riders briefing yesterday and they're only going to show yellows, greens and the red and white, the orange and black oil flag. Those are the only things they're going to show electronically.
Yeah, I think for the technical flag the difficulty is having the number as well, so eventually we will have systems for that.
Of the debutants here, Lachlan Epis, 154.2, Evolution Sports. Yuki Kuni still with a 1 second advantage at the top. We haven't got sector information here, so but there is a rider that we have got an eye on for this late session. The checkered flag is coming out now.
Looks like that rear of Hafiz's bike just really unsettled, and that's going to not help him in his lap time chase. And now here comes Hafiz. He's only got one proper flying lap in it. The checkered flag has come out now. Let's see what Hafiz does as he comes across the line. And yeah, there's just too much movement on the rear of his bike there. So a 152.7 on that lap, a 152.2. His best lap that he set early in the session. So there's going to be practice too for Hafiz, but then again, Not a bad start at all this time around.
Yeah, we can expect improvements for him because he only had basically half a session that time, if that.
Yeah, he's only done 9 laps in total in comparison to Yuki, who's done 17.
Yeah.
If I saw correctly, Yuki should still be in a hot lap. Coming there on frame with a big wheelie, that was Nakarin.
Yeah, Nakarin enjoying himself. That was a 153.6 for him. Half a second slower than his best for the session. So, of the wildcards, replacement rider Sho Nishimura for TKKR BMW is the best of them. He did a 151.9. Shoto Yokoyama, 153. And for the A-Racer test bike, if we can call it that, Zhang Jiying, 158.6. Best time for Kazma Daniel in that session for Yamaha Techni Racing, 155. So let's look at the results for that session. 150.815 is the benchmark set by Yuki Kuni for STG Team Hark Pro Honda. Second, Andy Faridis de Haag, good session from him. Third, Sho Nishimura. And fourth, Hafiz Shirin, who, as we were just saying, missed about half the session after a little tumble. So Chiro Minamoto, good session from him on the Yamaha. Fifth. Sixth, Shota Yokoyama. Seventh, the brave and resilient Zakwan Zaidi. Eighth, Nakarina Tirapubapat, his teammate in Honda Asia Dream Racing with Astimo. Ninth was Aslan Shah for TKKR BMW, 153.9 was his best. Lachlan Epis for Evolution Sports was 10th. 11th, Paswit Titiwararak for Astimo S1 Racing with Thai Honda. Kazma on that 155 was 12th. 13th, Zhang Jiying. 14th, Osama Murray for Victor Racing Team. And for Savitar ESG Team Asia, Zhou Yu Zhou was 15th. Now that wraps up the first free practice session. There'll be 2 more for ASB 1000 later in the day. We're going to take a short break now, and we'll be back with the first session of the day for the Underbones in about 6 minutes from now. 30-minute session from them. So we're going to take a short break, so stay with us. We are at Mobility Resort Motegi for round 3 of the Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. We'll see you soon. Welcome back to magnificent Motegi. This is the fourth free practice session of today. And this is the Underbones, as you can see, coming here for the very first time, as are all of these riders, except perhaps one or two wild cards, more of which later. But this is a first session around this long 4.8 kilometer fast track for the Underbone 150s, so we can expect lots of slipstreaming, lots of incredibly close racing coming your way over this weekend. And Daniel joins me, just looking forward to some really close racing in Underbones because of the nature of this circuit. With the long straights, there's going to be lots of slipstreaming, and this really long run from the final turn, appropriately named Victory Corner, through to the finish line. Going to be lots and lots of slipstreaming and jockeying for position. So the job for the people who tune these engines is going to be really challenging one, to just get that balance of reliability and absolute power.
Yeah, I think for the runners, the one place they definitely don't want to be at the last turn on the final lap is at the front of the pack. It's going to be really interesting to see how they form up around there, because this is a really long run down to the line. So I think really you could be 10th in that group and make it to the front by the check flag.
Yeah, you probably could. I chatted briefly with championship leader and defending champion Nazrul Izzat, who's incredibly good at timing these runs correctly. And I said, have you got this one worked out yet? It's a really long run. And he said, no, but I'm going to go to sleep and think about it. So yeah, the racing for this class is going to be absolutely incredible. And there he is, the number one, proudly displayed on the front of his Uma Racing Yamaha for Nazrul Izzat Bahoudin.
Riders in the Underbone 150 category for this round. No wildcards from Japan for this one.
So it's a first visit for everyone. They'll start their first flying laps now. That's Nazrul running with his teammate Shafiq Rosley. Shot there of them coming through the tunnel. Two tunnels here, one between turns 6 and 7, and the other one between turns 11 and 12. The longest straight runs between 11 and 12. And then it goes into a little complex for coming round Victory Corner. Final turn, turn 14. To the main straight.
That's the defending champion now, Nazrul Izzat. Number one once again. I remember for those who remember, he had an even bigger number one on his bike back in round one in Buriram. And then they switched it over to this bright red number one that we have here.
Yeah, well, he's done, he's got the championship lead so far by dint of finishing consistently. One podium, second place in race 2 in Buriram, and a 5th and a 6th. And that's basically what you need to do, because very few people win more than one race. While we're talking about race winners, I have to shout out to Giancarlo Maurizio, who took his first victory in this class. So he took that step from fast rider to race winner in Zhuhai, and sure enough, well done. He's just put himself to the top of the timing screen in this session, 2:20.7. So let's see how those times tumble. But I like what the way that he explained. Oh, it's fine.
It is, yeah. I think that's our fifth that's gone off there.
Yeah, slightly bigger than his teammate Akira's is. 222, Fahmi Bassam, another race winner from this year. In race 1, he's running with his LFNH Putra teammate, Mirabil Bitoni. They're a really strong team. LFN have got, again this season, really focused on these two riders for Underbone.
Tucking in action.
Yeah, they got the same crouch position with the knees sticking out. And to me, that looks like it's going to create more wind resistance. I'm no engineer, but what do you think?
Yeah, you think you want to keep your legs a bit more tucked in.
Yeah, absolutely folded in. You even see some riders taking their left hand off the bar just to get that out of the wind as well. Anyway, no doubting which team this is. This is Mayuaji Alexander's Race Tech 60 team in that bright green, and that's the number 177, which is his young teammate Aditya Fauzi. Aditya Fauzi, another revelation coming into this class. He's so quick. Scored so far this season 2 fourth places. I think it's 12th or something, but always in the main group, often leading, and a really good foil, I think, for his teammate and team owner, Mayuaji Alexander. Mayuaji himself sitting 5th in the championship on 30 points. Nazarul's on 41, and that's 5 clear of Mirabil Bitoni. So of course it's close, but it is a really good start for the defending champion. There is it's there by the number 18, Alif Daniel Masri. Long lap this for the 150cc Underbones. Quickest of them so far is Giancarlo Maurizio, just 2/10 quicker than Nazarul. And Nazarul's teammate Shafiq Rosley is next on another half a second slower on 2:20. And Fahmi Bassam, winner of race 1, round 1, in the 222, has jumped up into the 219s and put himself 3rd. And his teammate Mirabil Bitoni, they are running together, currently 4th. So good teamwork there from LFNH Putra with Dimas Juliet Moko, number 202. Another quick rider who is yet to make the step to consistent front finisher. Get the feeling that he's going to get there at some point. Being shadowed there by the number 32. I can't see which that one is. But the race, the championship, everything is wide open, as it always is in Underbones. Number 22 in the middle of your screen there is John Emerson in Gito. One of several Filipino riders. The fact that I don't know how many shows that there are a few, but there's at least 3. Giancarlo, John Emerson, Masato Fernando. Yeah, I think that's it.
As of right now, we follow these 3 timings: John Emerson, Rekia Yusuf, and Dimas Juliet Moko. John Emerson goes up into 2nd, so a good lap time there from John Emerson.
Yeah, he was his usual ebullient self around the paddock yesterday. Enjoying his time here, just enjoying being here, racing in Japan. Such a positive character with a real love of what he's doing.
So for now, defending champion Nazrul, he's down in third, 0.8 away from Giancarlo Mauricio's time. So that just shows how fast Giancarlo's time is. He got used to the track quite quickly.
Yeah, Motegi Fauzi just getting out of the way of these three.
Right now, Morobu Vitoni and Fami Bassam, the two teammates, they've managed to find second and third. Carried them 2:19.2 and a 2:19.3. Teamwork there working quite well.
Yeah, they do. They're so quick, those two riders, and they've both matured. Murable we've watched for a couple of seasons past, and he became like a consistent front finisher last season. And he's definitely one of the championship contenders. I mean, actually, Murable and Fami are second and third in the championship, but it's so tight. Got Nazrul on 41 at the top, and then you've got to go down 13 points down to Afif Amran, 13 points covering the first 9. So tight as ever, but tight in the standings as well as tight on the track. Just having a look here at number 14 there somewhere. There he is, second bike on your screen, third bike on your screen of Pirapong Nubun Peng. Kind of half a home race for him. He's Thai, of course, Pirapong, but his team is Japanese. Team One for All Wonder Vacations.
Pirapong as well just went up third. Previously as well, Giancarlo has improved to 2:17.697. As well as that also found some improvement at 2:19.002. So the lap time is going down now. But Giancarlo really finding good feeling around Motegi.
Yeah, he likes it here, doesn't he? Brilliant. So a lot of these bikes, some of them are trying to find somebody to ride with. Others are trying to look for some track space. The three at the front of the screen there, led by Waiwaji. Oh, and there is one of the, who is that?
Felix Putra.
Ah, Felix Putra.
Oh, that's a pit exit. So he just came out, I guess, and or was he out on track already? But that is unfortunate for Felix Putra.
Yeah. Yeah, he's going to have to wait to be rescued. I think the clerk of the course would take a dim view if he tries to back it up into pit lane. They're very clear with their instructions at the riders' briefing yesterday.
Yeah, the rebellious me would have just thought, just a quick U-turn, I can just wheel it back.
Exactly, yeah. Certainly find that in Malaysia, Philippines, Indonesia, Thailand. The attitude, I mean, not necessarily the regulations, but yeah, almost home.
Okay, that's Nazrul leads that now. In front of him is Giancarlo, so they've paired them riding together now. Nazrul leads that will get a decent tow out of the last turn here. See what it does for his lap time. Even with slipstream, Giancarlo's bike managing to stay quite a distance ahead, so good job there from Uma Racing Philippines.
Yeah, brilliant. So Nazrul next best, 1.3 seconds off. Timing screen leader.
Mind you, even then, Giancarlo, without slipstream, managed a 2:18.865, which is still faster than anyone else. So Giancarlo really puts in good work in.
Yeah, this is really good. And before I got distracted earlier by something that's going on track, what I was going to just comment on was the way that Giancarlo has managed to make that transformation from quick rider to race winner. And the way he described it was he just stopped thinking too hard. And that makes sense, doesn't it?
Yeah.
If you're in the middle of a pack of 10 or 15 bikes, it's difficult to keep a cool head, so he always knew he had the speed. And when asked what made the difference. He said he just relaxed in his mind. So having done that, having made that, sort of crossed that Rubicon, if you like, of confidence, and he should knock up some more.
Yeah, sometimes with riders that's just what it really is. It's just a matter of them finding their way at least onto the podium, and especially with the victory, it just gives you this boost and confidence that you can take it to the front, and after that it's just a brilliant show from them.
Yeah, and he did say that the team had been providing psychological coaching. And I mean, you need everything in this class to get an advantage. So, as in just about every sport now at the elite level, psychology plays a huge factor.
Yeah, especially as you mentioned, especially in this class, you could be the fastest rider on the final lap at the front, and then as you cross the finish line, you'll be back down into 10th with slipstream.
That's it.
Here's Wayaji now. Just backing off from this lap, whereas Wayaji's found himself in P18 for now, so feeling just not coming in for Wayaji, or some issues with the bike.
Oh, okay.
That's Afif there.
Yeah, there's Afif stuck, waiting for a lift back. They have to wait for the official transport to bring them back. The team can't go out there.
I think that was a look of disappointment plus a mix of boredom for him there, just sitting on the side while everyone else finds their fast lap times. So it's going to be a difficult weekend for Afif. He's missed out on a very important practice 1 session.
I'm just looking on the timing screen there for a kid. He's down in 16. A kid as is.
Issues for the Pitts bike team then.
Looks like it, yeah.
We know the Pitts bike, they've been very impressive in the previous seasons, but this season it hasn't started to some real emotions being flared there between Wayaji and Faris Putra. Faris Putra looking a bit confused.
Yeah, it's been told off by one of the masters of this class.
Faris Putra, definitely one of the new juniors of this Underbone class.
Definitely made to feel like a junior then.
But yeah, as I'm mentioning, JRT, they had a good start with Afif, where he grabbed the victory in the second race in Buriram. But in Zhuhai, it wasn't the showing we expected from them. So maybe just it's a little bit more needed to be found. Because we know they're really well equipped. They've got 2 brilliant riders in the garage.
Yeah, a kid managed to put himself on the podium, didn't he, in Zhuhai, 3rd. Had a P4 and a P3. So he's in that close group on, there are 3 riders on 29 points.
Yeah, we know the quality of our kid since last season, where he just started looking like a dominant force. And even locally in Malaysia, he's been unstoppable. So we really hope to see the best of our kid as well once again here in Motegi.
Yep, and there he is, number 13 on Pitt's bike. Barmy, 222. 222 on the 969 team machine. Another rider from the Philippines, Masato Fernando. He's on a new bike in a new team and returning to this championship. We know he's quick. He's had some pretty rotten luck so far. Hopefully they're going to get their bike sorted out and in the running.
Well, you're actually just going past Faris Putra and Mafazul Sham.
Yeah, I saw both those guys yesterday at the riders' briefing. They look, again, super excited to be here at Motegi.
Motegi is one of the circuits that becomes one of your dream circuits to ride on as a motorsports athlete.
Yeah, I'd never really bracketed it with, you know, like Suzuka and Phillip Island and Spa, say, but now I'm here. It really does look a very special circuit. Here at Pengdu Peng, trundling out pit lane for another stint. Another new helmet design for Waiwaji. We got used to seeing him in a red helmet, but he's had a few colours this time.
Yeah, in Indonesia they've got a lot of good helmet artworks, a lot of good artists who actually make some nice helmet designs and suit designs.
Yeah, and his teammate Aditya has just put himself on 2:19.2, which is the fourth best time of the session so far. And just staying on Waiwaji, who won the title in 2022 while riding for 1XOX TKKR, and then switched to Race Tech 60, which is his own team, 2023. So just watching the trajectory of his career as he becomes one of the senior riders. Now he's got a teammate this season. He's got married, he's had a baby, his family are here with him this weekend. I noticed on his Instagram story a picture of his little boy sitting in his rider's chair in the pit box. Very cute.
Should ask him how long will it be till we see his son out here.
Perhaps that's what the plan is, building the team. There's that kid just riding around, looking around. Almost as though he's looking for somewhere to stop and take a photo.
He's just taking in the sights for now, and then he'll get back into business. And as Nazrul Izzat, the defending champion, he still sits on second. No one's really shifted up in positions into the top three. Atia Fauzi, the closest one, he's up into fourth.
Somebody's going into pit now. Just look again at Nazrul. Nothing much going on track at the moment in terms of riders making a push, but the best time by far is that of Giancarlo Maurizio. Nazrul, another rider coming in. That's Fazrul Sham. Cardinals coming in. This is one of the riders that switched between Cardinals and Pit Spike between last season and this season. And there is his teammate, Faraz Putra. So the Cardinals bike's out on track. And from the screen that we've got here, we can't actually see who's in the pits, but luckily we have a view of the pits, so it helps a little bit. No mistaking that. Bright green bike with the number 60 on it. That is Waiwaji, who you were just talking about. Something about his personal life. Here he is getting down to business here at Motegi. I think there was a kid Aziz who just went past on one of the JRT Pits bike machines. Waiwaji currently 9. Best time for 2:19, so that's 2 seconds off the best time of Giancarlo. Giancarlo, one of the busier riders here, having done 9 laps, except that fastest lap on his 5th flying lap. Motegi enjoying some quality time on his Yamaha, Racetech 60 Yamaha. Giancarlo Maurizio seems like he's coming up behind him. He wants to disturb that quality time. Yeah, here he comes. So this will be interesting. An emerging talent coming up behind an very much established one, 2 times champion, Motegi Triloxana. Doesn't look like it's going to be a particularly fast lap. They're pushing quite hard. Here they come on the long drag from turn 14 to the line. Bit of slipstreaming there from Giancarlo. If that was a race, that wouldn't have been enough to take the win away from Wayu. But good practice to see how the timing of those runs from turn 14 to the finish line, what it's going to take to do that successfully. So those two, Filipino and the Indonesian, continue to lap together. Just looking at the sky, there's still plenty of cloud, but no threat of rain. We're approaching the end of that session. Another good shot there of the tunnel between turns 6 and 7. Almost 2 seconds between the fastest lap of these two. Now Giancarlo's gone to the front, so Motegi is going to get the chance for some slipstream. I mean, there are many places we can do that here at this circuit. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 pretty long straights where slipstreaming is going to make a difference here at Motegi. A fascinating circuit. Here's a really interesting part of it where they come down the hill. Hard braking here. Rear trying to pick up, stamping on the back brake to try and bring it down. No serious intent there, I don't think, from either of these riders. So if we regard this as a learning session, which it is for every single one of these riders, then fastest learner was Giancarlo Maurizio, literally the fastest learner. The 2:17.697, almost a second faster than Murabil Vitoni, who's just jumped up late in the session. So a nice aggressive approach from the Indonesian Murabil Vitoni of NH Putra. And there is the number 17 machine going to Masato Fernando. Oh, and Fahmi Bassam has jumped into P2, but more excitingly in a way, the number 17 Masato has jumped up into P3 with a 2:18.257. Right as we come up to the checkered flag. Checkered flag has been waved, in fact. So Masato Fernando returns in terms of being a contender finishing the session third with a 2:18.2, pushing Mirabil down from third to fourth, and just ahead of Nazarul and Pirapong. So, fascinating session there. There's Afif Amran, oh sorry, Afif Musa. Not for a moment, Afif Amran had gotten back on his bike. So here we have Felix Putra, Amrul Afif, and the bike there, number 14, belonging to Pirapong Bumpeng, crossing the line together. Again, in another little slipstreaming practice run. That lifted Felix Putra up into 6th. And Aditya Fauci right at the end for Racetech 60 racing team has jumped up to the top of the timing screen with a 2:17.521. So 2 riders in the 2:17s now. So there is your benchmark. Giancarlo's completed his final lap, and I think all of these riders have. All of the front runners anyway. So let's just confirm that, excuse me, on that very last lap, 2:17.521 put Aditya Fauci for Racetech 60 racing team top in FP1 for the Underbone 150. Second, led the session for most of it, Giancarlo Maurizio for Uma Racing Philippines. Fahmi Basam for LFNH Putra was third. Fourth, Wayuichi Trixana, Aditya's teammate. And Masato Fernando coming good late in the session here for Jiren Kobe Motor Oil Racing. And John Emerson in Guito 6th. Urubul Vitoni 7th. And 10th, Nazrul Izzat Bahodin for Uma Racing Yamaha Malaysia. And 9th was Felix Putra Mulia, again for LFN HP 969. Pirapong Nui Bumpeng for Team One for All Wonders Vacations. Faris Putra was 11th. 12th was Shafiq Rosli, Nazrul's teammate. Raykat Yusuf Fadila was 13th. 14th, Fazrul Sham, who missed some of that session, but ended up 14th for Cardinals. And Amarul Afif Musa 15th. 16th, Dimas Juliet Moko, quiet one for him. Alif Daniel Asri for Uma Racing Philippines was 17th. Akid Aziz down in 18th for Pittsbike One Way. Troubled session for the Pittsbike team. Gupita Krishna, second last time out in China, was 19th in that session. And no time recorded for Afif Amran for Pittsbike. So that brings us to the end of free practice session 1. So we've seen all categories except for the TVS Asia one make, and they will be back with us at 11:20 in 6 minutes from now. But while we wait, we're going down to Daniel in pit lane, who's got some riders to talk to.
So we're down here with Aiki Yoshi. So Aiki, we know it's your first time here in Motegi, and it's a first dance with the ZX25R, and we know this bike is a bit heavier than the other 250s. How has it been so far for you?
Yeah, I'm first time this circuit, so I already FP1, so very difficult. So too heavy and many hard braking, but I think maybe can fight. So I improved the suspension setup, and machine is more get us better. At my best FP2, FP3.
Thank you so much, Aiki. Good luck for this weekend.
Thank you.
So Herjun, it's your second time to Motegi. We've found out that previously you've raced here in the Asia Talent Cup, but this time around you come here with a ref cut. So can you tell us how the session has been for you?
Yes, this round more challenging for me with the 200 ref cut in my back, but I will give my best in this week, and then we try to find the best setting because ref cut I need more longer sprocket. It's mean I need to more faster in the corner because when I'm not fast enough, the RPM not good enough to follow another rider. So will be challenging this round. But don't worry, I like challenge.
Thank you so much, Herjun. We look forward to seeing you this weekend.
Thank you for staying with us, everybody. We are now on track with the TVS Asia One Make Championship. It's the 5th free practice session of the day here at Motegi, and the first time, of course, for ARRC as a whole, and for most of these riders, most notably not for the championship leader, Hiroki Ono, who knows this circuit very well. There he is, the number 2, with the yellow helmet. It's important to know how to pick out the names and numbers of these riders because the machines are identical. In fact, they are drawn by lot for each round, so it's not as though they're keeping one bike for the whole season. Just to underpin the evenness of this championship. Very important for a one make championship. Defending champion is Muzakir Mohammed, who's had a respectable start to the season. We spoke to him yesterday on Zoom before he got to the circuit, and he was saying that he felt no pressure as a defending champion, and that his attitude was that he'd gone for many years without winning a championship, and now that he got one, he was not feeling too pressurized to keep it, and he would just ride as good as he can. And so they've just, looks like they're just completing their outlaps now. So we'll see how this shakes out. But the big story in this class is, as we all know, the championship leader Hiroki Ono, who has won all 3 races this season so far, and he's won in total, is it 9 or 10 races now, Daniel? Totally. He joined in Japan last year, had a DN, right, so that was 3, 4, 5, that was 6 races. Anyway, he's won lots of races.
Yeah.
He's only not won one of the races he started, and that was when he DNF'd.
He's been an unstoppable force, set a new benchmark for all the TVS Asia One Make boys.
Yeah, and in one way, you know, that's a good thing, because it is raising the game of everybody else. The riders that have pushed him the hardest so far this season have been from the experienced camp, Ramdan Rosley. So watch out for Ramdan. And Ramdan Rosley is on number, I get the numbers confused as well, but he is on the number 4 machine. And the young Indian, Sartak Chavan, he's also getting amongst it. Very promising youngster from India, who has got himself on the podium twice in round 1 in Buriram, the 3rd and the 2nd. Whereas he was a little further down the order in about P11 or 12 in Zhuhai. And the number 3 there is the man who started it all, Vorapong Malahuan. Started it all back in, well, the only race that ARRC had in 2020, the COVID year, the first COVID year, when he entered one of these in the AP 250 class and finished 4th, and that sparked the whole project. He won the inaugural championship last year. He was pushed off the top by Muzakir in the end last year, and this year is in the middle of the pack, actually, 7th so far. Best result, a P5 last time out in China. So lots of work for Vorapong to do. Busy rider. He's here helping the A-Racer team with their superbike, as well as coaching and doing a lot of publicity for the TVS. And back home he has a really busy school for young racers as well. So it's fair to say in the autumn of his career, but a hugely talented, adaptable racer, raced all kinds of things. from 250. I've seen him race everything from 250s up to superbikes, and he's always quick. Got a wild card in this time, Zen Mitani.
Yeah, Zen is from the Asia Talent Cup this season.
Yeah, he joined us on the Zoom call yesterday, very articulate in English. For a Japanese racer. So he's looking forward to it. The number 5 on your screen there is Dekitiano Aldi. He was really strong in the first season of TVS Asia one make. This is the third. He faded last year, but is making something of a comeback this year. Best result was 4th in very first race of the season. Since when he's done a 6th and a 7th. So it looks a little bit like he's sliding down, but he's been recovering his form. And it is the Japanese rider, Zen Mitani, at the top from Rishi Takahira, who's not a wild card, he's a regular rider for this season. Another Asia Talent Cup star, Daniel.
Yeah, both Zen Mitani and Richie having their second season in Asian Talent Cup. They're both performers in that championship and looking like strong performers now as we come into Motegi. Richie, we saw him slowly creep up into really good point scoring positions. Had a DNF in round 1, 9 points in the first race, and then he managed a podium when we arrived in Zhuhai.
Yeah, very promising rider there. And it is always this balance that we like to see between the young guns like Rishi, like Sartak, and also Atik Anger, I would have to say, from Thailand. Has looked quick. Best result, he's scored a 4th and 2 6ths. So very respectable start for the young Thai. We also have a German rider in to make it more interesting in the 15-year-old form of Rocco Sessler, who runs bike number 15. So Rocco's from the Northern Talent Cup. So this TVS Asia One Make Championship attracting riders from other One Make Championships. Gives them really good experience of some of these great Asian circuits. Of course, as well as being here at magnificent Motegi, we also race at Chang International Circuit, at Sepang, at Mandalika, and the other one that I've missed. No, that's right.
Just to give a quick background, Zen Mitani, as to why he's so quick against everyone else. Zen Mitani he's done 2 seasons in the Asia Talent Cup. This is his 2nd season. He also raced in the Japan JGP3, which races here in Motegi as well. And he just recently debuted for the Honda Asia Talent Junior team for the Junior GP Championship. So a talent on the rise for Japan, and clearly someone with real talent, being 2.8 seconds ahead of his fellow compatriot in second, Rishi Takahira.
Yeah, that's very special. And again, great to see wildcards coming and shaking up the order. And can he take the fight to his senior countryman and championship leader Hiroki Ono? Seems almost implausible that Hiroki Ono won't finish first. But there's a possibility. We do know, however, that Hiroki keeps his powder dry until late in every session. He's superbly economical with his effort, as befits a rider of his experience. So let's see what he pulls out of the bag. But it is the two Japanese riders at the top. Deki-chan is the next best, but he's 4 seconds slower than Zen.
Zen Mitani just went nearly half a second faster, and Richie Takehira pulls out a 206.5. The pair of them, well, from Richie onwards, everyone's 3 seconds plus away from second, and yeah, Vorpong now the only one coming close, but still 3.3.
It's amazingly spread out, with 0.8 of a second between first and second, and then another 2.5 seconds down to third, and then Deki another 0.7 in fourth. Rocco Sessler almost on the same time as Deki, as is Ramdan Rosley. So Ramdan currently 6th, and the rider that's been chasing Hiroki Ono most closely so far this season. Number 13 on your screen there is Casey Clammer from the Philippines. Just looking somewhere on that bike, there's going to be a Filipino flag symbol. We also have Korean in this race as well, in the form of Kim Min Jae. Let's stay with Casey Clammer to begin with. Casey has scored a couple of 10th places and a 12th. So he makes his way in this class. It's full of such good riders. So looking from top to bottom on the timing screen, we've got Zen at the top, 205.666, and at the bottom we've got 217.413, which is Irvin Eksan, the Singaporean rider. So where is the bunch here? The bunch is between P4, Ramdan Rosley, and P8, Muzakin Mohammed. Oh, nice. Okay, Rocco's put himself onto the top of that middling bunch.
Deki-chan now improves as well, he goes up into 4th. Just waiting to see when Hiroki Ono starts pushing on. Just saw him come across the front straight. There we go now. A 206.999 by Hiroki Ono, but still 1.3 away from Zen Mitani.
Yeah, but with 5 minutes remaining, yeah, this is Hiroki's time.
As of right now, 1, 2, and 3 for the Japanese riders. There's Hiroki Ono on screen now. Number 2 representing his championship finish last season.
Yeah, joined in round 3 and finished 2nd, just to underscore the dominance that he's had in every race so far. So what's on his mind now as he sees 2 countrymen ahead of him. So it's 3 Japanese at the top, separated by 1.3 seconds. So there's 2 distinct groups. If this was a race, there'd be 2 distinct groups here. Or perhaps Zen running away at the front. A little battle for 2nd. And then the big battle between another 5 riders for 4th.
Hello, Hiroki Ono now. Should be another good lap coming in for him. Can he match or better Richie and Zen Mitani, who both of them really just running the show at the top, especially Zen. 0.871 ahead. Richie Takehira in 2nd, and Richie's just improved this time at 206.128.
Yeah, just saw Ramdan going out. He's going to try and get, well, he will get a lap in.
You also know the reason why Zen and Richie are riding in as a pair, because they are good friends, both contestants in 2023 and 2024 for the Asia Talent Cup. But for now, let's watch Hiroki Ono as he comes down this front straight. it be? It's not going to be a 205. It's a 206.5. So Hiroki does improve. Still 0.859 away from Zen, but we know how fast Hiroki can be, and as you mentioned, this is Hiroki time.
Yeah, it's got one more. Yeah, should get 2 more flying laps in. Yeah. So it's not done yet. And Rishi squeezed the gap. He halved the gap indeed between himself and Zen. So there's now 0.4 between them. It was 0.8. And now there's 0.8 between Zen and Hiroki. And trying to take the fight to them is the series project leader, Warapong Malahuan, in 4th, although he's 2.4 seconds off Zen's best time. It's really interesting to see who's learning this circuit, and I think we've got one more session this afternoon. It'll be interesting to see out of the riders that are new to this circuit who starts to improve and get on terms with those brilliant 3 Japanese riders at the top. Well, Hiroki Ono, he won't be happy until he's re-established himself on the top. That is Warapong. Looks like he's done.
Hiroki Ono just coming past Warapong there. I think Warapong is just looking to try and get behind Hiroki there.
Yeah, try and see where he's making that shortcut.
Follow Warapong there as he comes down the front straight. Where does Hiroki come? Oh, now Hiroki goes up into second. 0.004 away from Zemitani's 205.666. Hiroki Ono has arrived.
Yeah, wouldn't you guess it? 4 thousandths off Zen's best time. And still out there. He's got a bit of traffic there. So I don't know whether he will quite end up at the top of this timing screen for FP1.
If they don't get in his way, this could actually really help him, and so I think they're just trying to get out of Hiroki's way. Hiroki into turn. Oh, looks like Atikange might have just pushed him off his line there. Hiroki muscled his way past Ati. Zen and Riichi Takahira, they are still running around the track. They just haven't found any improvements yet.
Let's see what Hiroki Ono can do. We don't have sector times at the moment to help us guess, but he's got away from Atikange. Question is, did he slow him up at all? Warapong hasn't managed to close the gap between him and Riichi Takahira, who's in 3rd.
Zen just came across and set his personal best and the fastest of the session at 205.337.
Yeah, so great battle here between the master and the students. Brilliant stuff. And there is the master, and he's really pushing, isn't he?
Really lost the front there. Here comes Hiroki Ono now across the line, take the checkered flag. And Hiroki Ono goes up with a 204.654.
And he had traffic on that lap as well. And he's just bested Zen Mitani, who led the whole session right from the very first flying lap until the penultimate one by almost 0.7 of a second. Incredible. So now we don't have to grapple with that that leap of trying to imagine what it was. Wow, that's incredible.
Unbelievable stuff from Hiroki Ono. The confidence he has. You would think like any other athlete, they would get the feeling in early, but no, he leaves it late and he still makes it to the top of the timing list.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant. And Ramdan Rosley, talking about the rest, Ramdan Rosley did a good final lap, 207.4, 2.7 seconds off Hiroki's time, but that was an improvement for him to bump Vorapong down into 5th. So let's just have a look at that. 204.654 was Hiroki Ono's time, the very last time around, and he pushed Zen Mitani down into 2nd. Rishi Takahira, strong all the way through that session as well, was 3rd. And then looking at the rest, it was another 1.3 seconds back to Ramdan Rosley in 4th. It's currently 2nd in the championship. Vorapong Malahuan 5th, 6th Rocco Sessler. Pretty decent session from the young German. Muzakir Mohammed, the defending champion, in 7th, and 8th Ati Kanker, the Thai rider. Tekiciano Aldi had a middling session. He ended up 9th on a 208.9. Kaiwa Ahmed on 210. Chirant Vishwanath, another Indian rider, in 11th. 12th, Kim Min Jae from South Korea. Sartak Chavan, quiet session for him, so we'll be looking for a little bit more from him later. He was 13th. 14th was Casey Klammer, and 15th was Irvin Eksan. So there ends the first 5 practice sessions of the day, which means we've seen all 5 classes. Now we will be rinsing and repeating, because next up, coming up in 7 minutes from now, will be AP 250 free practice 2. So stay with us as we look across this magnificent scenery, this unmistakable Motegi circuit. We're going to take a short break, and we'll be back with you for AP 250s. So we will see you then. Stay with us. This is the Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championship Round 3 from Motegi. Welcome back to Mobility Resort Motegi, and the second set of free practice sessions for the day. This is free practice 2 for the AP 250s, the class that started us off this morning, way back at 8:30. It's now 11, coming up to midday local time in Japan. And we had an intriguing first session in terms of the competition and the timings. And not for the first time, we saw Ferozi Torakatula for Yamaha Racing Indonesia top the first session. The benchmark time that he set was 2:08.9, so we're looking at riders to be around the 2:09 mark. It's a little bit warmer now, so perhaps the times will come down a little bit more, especially as most of these riders are new to the circuit and therefore will be increasing their familiarity. So Ferozi was fastest. One of the young guns from Indonesia, Gandra Ramadipa for Astra Honda, was second quickest, just a little bit down from him. Fastest wildcard was Ryota Ogewara for Sanwa Racing Team. He was third fastest. And championship leader Herjanat Nufradaus for Astra Honda, who's carrying a rev cut due to the big gap that he's got between his points total and the points total of the rider in 5th place in the standings. Herjan was 4th. So that was a Yamaha fastest on a Honda circuit. Looking for the next best Yamaha, it was Ferozi's teammate, young teammate, Arai Agaska. And if you were just listening to that, you could hear, and there it is again, another scream of 4-cylinder Kawasaki. That's 25 going past. It was an interesting interview you did with Hiroki. Not Hiroki, sorry, Aiki Iyoshi, in between the last two sessions, Daniel, when he was talking about the weight of the bike under braking.
Yeah, it's what we expected with the extra 20-25 kilos that they have. The braking will be definitely not an issue, but a challenge for them. We've seen that in the past in different circuits and circuits with less of a downhill rundown. And yeah, it's his feedback just really confirmed our suspicions. But the good thing is Aiki's looking confident. I think timing-wise, he wasn't that bad in practice 1. So they'll be looking to just close that gap in. They were hard at work while I was down there to try and get that bike in in a good setup.
Yeah, he was basically 2 seconds off the pace that he needs to be on. There's quite a lot of work to do, but he's an experienced rider, and different bikes with different characteristics, different engines and so on, need to be ridden in different ways. And I think if anybody can figure out the puzzle, Aiki Iyoshi is the man to do it.
He's going a bit wide there.
Watcher in there for East NJT Racing, just ahead of Alfonsi McGeegan. Alfonsi there was riding, of course, a regular rider this year in for SDG Hark Pro. A close relationship they have with the Philippines. One of the wild cards going through, number 62, which was Ryuji Yoko, sorry, Ryuji Yoko. He did a best time of 2:10.9, about the same time as Aiki Iyoshi's, in fact. There is number 37, Aiki Iyoshi, running with Yukadate. That's the second bike behind him. Blue and yellow leathers. The 27 further back is Warwick Tomnapakun. East NJT. All those three East NJT bikes had a pretty decent opening session. Thailand-based team. And team getting bigger and bigger. We've seen them growing since they first joined the paddock in 2022 with a single bike. I think it was a Supersport they had entered that year. Now they're big in this class, and they have been running in ASP 1000, but not this weekend, I noticed. Yeah, now I just mention it, I just realised.
Yeah, we'll try to get more information as to why they're missing out on the thousands class.
Yeah, okay, let's not speculate. Let's see what happens. Number 188, another East NJT bike just going through there. Piwak Patumyos, perhaps for ARRC watchers, the best known of those three Thai riders. The others have, including Piwak, have all been through the Honda Racing Thailand talent development system. So really good quality team, and that was quite interesting. That was the Kawasaki out dragging the Honda of Piwak. And Date going across the finish line there. If Aiki Yoshi can get good speed out of the final turn and a good drag, then perhaps it can have a good race this weekend. It's very much work in progress, that Kawasaki, but it's a fascinating one, and it's great to have them here. They, as well as bringing the green colour, which Kawasaki's always did, because it did tend to be a bit too much red and blue. They always brought the green, but now they're bringing that sweet sound of the screaming four cylinders. Kiandra, he was second best behind Ferozi this morning. Haven't seen the Yamahas on track as yet in this 30-minute session. Almost a third into it. Running there with the number 14. 14 is Marcus Suba for Pits Bike One Way. First time we've seen Pits Bike One Way in 250s. So looking for him to make progress. This young rider, Kiandra, no shortage of progress there. And behind him, that's the Kawasaki, the second Kawasaki of Kiandra. Got windows here, which is fantastic, but we've also got a little bit of glare on the screen. So we're going to have to do a bit of balancing here between being able to see outside and being able to see inside at the same time.
So right now, Kiandra's best time, that's his best time of the weekend so far. In practice one, he managed a 209.046. Now he's done a 208.905.
Yeah, look at the local riders as well. Yoko in second, 209. Oh, just improved it, 209.3. Utadate, 210.1. And Ryota Ogiwara in P4 with another 210.1. Aiki Yoshi just behind him in fifth. He's on a 210 earlier this morning. Best time was about 0.8 of a second slower. So good improvement there from Aiki Yoshi. There is Yoko, the number 62, currently second fastest. So what have we got? We've got Honda, Yamaha. Iwara, what's he riding? I'm watching this because we know this is a Honda circuit used for development, so we always expect the Hondas to go really well here, and they have been, but so have the Yamahas. This AP250 class, a lot of work is done on the regulations to balance the performance of the 3 different manufacturers. We've got the 250cc Honda, we've got the 300-ish cc Yamaha R3, and the capacity of the Kawasaki is what, Daniel? It's around 250, but it's not exactly. Anyway, these different machines with different engine characteristics have been balanced out, so that's why you can see the competition between them is so even. Rosie, who topped the session this morning, currently on a 210.3. It's considerably slower than he did earlier on. But let's see.
For your information, according to the catalog, for the ZX 254, 249cc.
249, okay. So they just missed the target.
That's why they're struggling a bit with torque.
Now there we are.
But yeah, from Yoko, this has been a really impressive showing from Yoko. In the previous session, 210.9, 10th place. Currently now, 209.316.
Yeah, there's Team Tech 2 and Mototech R4 and YSS. So long list of sponsors mean it's a well-supported team. There is the rider at the top of the timing screens currently, Kiandra. There's his teammate now, Erjan Atner, leading this year's championship so far, carrying a rev cut because of the point scoring that he's been doing so far. And so he's got a rev cut. He's a tall rider on a circuit with lots of straights, so interesting challenge for him this weekend. Good for him, I think, in terms of building his character, resilience, determination. And I think he is a determined character.
Yeah, he's always focused on the mission, and you can see that whenever I get to speak to him, he's always 110% mind on the race later on. How do I get faster? How do I make the most of what I have? And yeah, as he mentioned in the interview earlier, he likes a challenge.
Yeah, that's it. And there's another rider who's been rising to a challenge this year. That's Sharifuddin Azman, who's joined us this year. He's gotten pretty much used to riding production bikes after riding Moto3 machines, and he's pushed himself into contention in the championship. He's currently 3rd on 42 points. That's 14 behind Erjan at the top. But improving. He did make it pretty clear that the difference was quite something to get used to. He's running there with Yuta Date, another of the impressive wild cards in now, and Aiki Yoshi, who's just gone past both of them through that turn. I think that was turn 6.
Yeah, Aiki just taking a look back and got a face full of number 63 behind him. Sharifuddin Azman trying to feed off the higher top speeds of that Kawasaki. Sharifuddin Azman again, not a bad session from him. Top 5, 209.925. As of right now, still nothing from the top 2 riders.
No. And just thinking about Sharifuddin, we know what an accomplished, aggressive racer he is. So as long as he's in that top 5 range, you can expect fireworks from him and potential results. Been on the podium once, 2 4th places and a 3rd. That's a pretty good debut. Looking there through there's some heat haze there, so it must be warming up outside.
The sun has come out, but with the amount of cloud cover that we have surrounding the track and area, expected to go back to cloudy, windy conditions. The wind as well actually has picked up, so that will bring concerns into tires cooling down on one side in certain portions of the track.
Yeah, there's some S sections at the sort of middle of the circuit, sector 2. Number 65 there is Cal Vietnam. He's got Alphonse Keegan just after him. As you said, Daniel, nothing moving really at the top at this point. Just doing the time comparison. I think not much to choose there either. 208.946 was Ferozzi's best time. 208.905 from Kiandra this time.
Seems that maybe the change in weather has not been too kind for the setup that they've chosen. It's not changed that much. It's just the sun coming out, so I would imagine the track temperature just rising a little bit.
Yeah, I haven't been out of the building, unlike you so far, but sitting here it looks a little sunnier and a little windier. Have you got any idea or feeling for how the wind might affect things around this circuit?
Yeah, the only thing I would imagine that would be quite a factor would be the portions of the track where it's a repetitive one, a double right or a double left, and just one side of the tire is getting a bit cold, and once they flip back onto it, that can cause a bit of an upset. Especially that downhill portion, they're just coming straight down and then flipping back to the right.
Yeah, as we just saw on the screen there, Cal Vietnam do exactly that. Cal Vietnam currently 9th, as he was in the previous session. His best time then was 2:10.7. And he's 0.3 quicker this time. 2/3 of the way through this FP2. There on the track we got the number 18. A wild card? No. I can't even find it on the timing screen. Let's stay there, just watch Cal Vietnam. The number 65, race winner last time out, just gone through the bottom of your screen. Coming through now, number 40, number 18 and number 11. Number 11 is Kevin Kintal. The 18, Utri. And the number 40 there, Chen Chen Zhang. Chinese rider, so more Chinese riders coming in. It's good that we've been to Zhuhai twice in the last year. Created a lot more interest there. Kevin Kintel's going to be looking for improvements. He was a good way further down than he really wanted to be in the first session, in 15th. Best time of 2:12. Time, what has he got? On the left-hand side of the screen. He's down in, is that 25th? Anyway, Kevin Kintel riding alone there for the time being, looking for improvements.
Yes, Kevin's best time in practice 1 was a 2:12.090. Currently lapping at 2:13.7, so a lot more to be found for Kevin. But that's the story with most of the riders in the session. Most of them haven't found a better lap time than they've done in practice 1. Cal Vietnam, however, 210.1. That's his best of the weekend. Aragaska 209.836.
Yeah, that's not quite as good as his best. It's about 0.1 slower than his best this morning. I'm just interested in the conditions because they look better just out of the window. Easy to say.
Yeah, I have a suspicion it could be the wind factor. It is picking up. If you look at the flags across the front straight, it is quite significant. It's very obvious that the wind has picked up. But I know that's just upsetting the setup slightly.
Interesting to get a view from the riders afterwards. Utri just trundling out of pit lane as well. Pit lane pretty busy at the moment. Another rider coming in there. Is that Fan? Can't quite see.
Now Zara Gaska, Yuta Date, and Kamisama Kintel. This is the trio that we're following around this lap.
Yuta being pretty good, pretty consistent all the way through. 211.9 earlier. So a big improvement from him. It's about 1.8 second improvement over last time out. One of the very few riders that's actually done that. Hergen, best time 2:11, currently down in 11th. His best time this morning was 2:09.6. And we're coming to the closing stages of this session, 6 minutes remaining. Aragaska just moved into third, 2:09.6. His best lap. So looking at the spread here, that's a decent advantage that Keandra's got at the top of 0.4 of a second. And then from Roji Yoko, 209.3. There are another 5 riders in the 209s.
The lap time's coming in now. It's giving us an indication. And still not 100%, 110% for all the riders out on track. A lot of them still finding their way around. Improvements haven't been that great in this session.
That's Keandra. He's been at the top for a long time in this session. Sergio is going to be looking for an improvement this time around. Let's see if we can see where he is. He's not in this group. We've got Watcherin. Watcherin and Warwick for East NJT in that group. And there is Hergen, just behind his teammate Keandra. So, oh, trying so hard. He ran off the edge, as he did in Zhuhai on that infamous final turn. Well, that was with a bit of help from Ferozi that time. Take another look.
Oh yeah, you can see the mistake was early on the exit for Hergen. Oh, that's some proper dirt bike riding there.
Yeah, but he kept it pinned. Full credit, full gas.
When in doubt, gas it up.
That's it.
As of right now in pit lane is Deandra Chihadika. The rest of the grid, most of them still out on track. Ryota, one of the impressive wildcards, and Ryoji Yoko. Really, really impressive second place for him.
Yeah, and again, like it seems in all the classes we've got wildcards who are going to upset the normal running order. Which makes it a lot of fun.
Okay, I was just looking at Herjan's exit. He's just really pushing it as much as he can. He's trying to roll and keep that rolling speed as high as possible, and it's just really pushing him super wide. It's not going to be an easy weekend for Herjan. He goes late on the brakes then onto Nampu. Try and keep up with his teammate Kiandra. Kiandra, of course, riding without any rev cut at all. This has the regulation changes.
Yeah, that's it. So, as a good teammate, he should be and is giving a toe to Herjan. Nampu doing well to hang on there. He's currently in 15th on a best time of 2:11.8. Yeah, good work from the Vietnamese. Nampu on 2:11.8. Vietnam on 2:10, and oh, that's Watcherin. He's ripped up a big lump of turf. Yeah, there he is. That's on the exit to Victory Corner.
Let's see what happened here. Ooh, that's late on the exit of the last turn.
Yeah, bruising tumble across the curb there as well. That would have knocked his knees around.
Oh, we've got red flags out for this session now, so...
Right, well, only 1:45 remaining, so, yeah, red flags are out. That will be the session done.
I was just trying to figure out whether it could be a cold right side, but it shouldn't, because it's a double right-hander downhill, and then it's to your left, and then quickly back to the right. So we've seen a few riders having errors there.
Yeah, well, that was an example and a learning experience. I think he will have picked up a few bruises because he spent a long time just banging along the curb.
He's still sitting there against the
marshal post.
Yeah, that's the word for it. So definitely he's going to feel that, and hopefully nothing too serious for him. As of right now, this is the red flag session for the EP250.
We missed out just about 1 minute 45 seconds, I think. So, in terms of what we can learn from this, not much. Not much lost there. Didn't look like anybody was going to come through with a fantastic last lap. So we just watched the riders from our vantage point coming in to pit lane. Another good performance from the Indonesian Yamahas. Good performances from the Japanese wildcards. And an absolutely splendid performance from Astra Honda's Kiandra Ramadipa. And there it is confirmed. He topped that session by virtue of a 208.904. And the next best was Ryuji Yoko for Team Tech 2 and Mototech R4 209.3. Next up was Araya Gaska and his Yamaha Racing Indonesia teammate Ferozi Torakatula, who topped the earlier session, FP1. He was 4th. 5th was Ryota Ogiwara. 6th was Herjan Atner Firdaus on a 209.85 was his best time. Cal Vietnam, 1 second slower than Herjan, but just 1 place down in 7th for Honda Racing Vietnam. Shrifuddin Azman for Idemitsu Bunsu Honda was 209.925 in 8th. 9th was Yuta Date for Victor Racing. 10th was Aiki Iyoshi, best time for him 210.209. Orit Tongnapakun, number 27 for East NJT Racing Team, was 11th. 12th was Irfan Heikel. 13th was Piawat Patumios for East NJT. 14th Tonan Pu, who had a pretty good session. And moving on to 16th, Gao Zheang, the Team 1 for All Wonder Vacations. Nguyen Hu Tri for Honda Racing Vietnam, 17th. 18th, Kevin Kinsel. 19th, Watcherin Tub Timon, who we saw crash at the final turn just now and brought the red flag out. Chinese rider Wang Jiedong for Victor Racing was 20th. 21st, Alfonsi de Keegan. And 22nd, Freya Makasuba for Pitspike One-Way JRT. 23rd was Mohsin Paramban for Idemitsu Honda Racing India. Chen Chen Zhang for TY Antares Racing Team was 24th. And 25th, Long Nanzer for Victor Racing Team. His best time was a 2:15.8. So that's the end of FP2 for the AP250s. Next up, the volume will be cranked up a little bit, and certainly the pitch moved higher because it'll be the second free practice session for the Supersports 600s. That's going to be coming up in 12:30 local time. That's about 8 minutes from now. So please stay with us. We are at Mobility Resort Motegi for round 3 of the Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. Welcome back to Mobility Resort Motegi as the soundtrack moves up a couple of octaves as we welcome the Supersports 600s back on track for the second free practice session of the day. And the story of the first free practice session was that Apiwat Wongtananon, the championship leader, championship lead earned by dint of 2 wins and a second so far in the first 3 races. That was Apiwat. He was top, although it was very tight between the first 5 or 6 riders. So what we seem to be shaping up in the first session was a really tight battle that we can expect in qualifying and in racing this weekend. And one rider that didn't really show up, undoubtedly through technical problems, first time out, was Tanat Longpliao for Honda Racing Thailand. He didn't get the chance to record a decent time. There he is, number 31 there, being followed by Wayu Nugroho, and the wild card rider there, the number 49 of Rei Matsuoka, sorry, his replacement rider. So teammate to Wayu Nugroho for this weekend. Ray replacing the injured Andy Fadley. And behind him, and just getting his braking all wrong, was McKinley Carl Paz. Under braking there for turn 5. There is Tanat, looking a lot happier than he did in the previous session. He crosses the line now, right in front of our commentary position. Got Kyle behind him.
We'll be looking out for the rider for Team Ken as well, Kengo Nagao. He's impressive in practice 1, third fastest, 155.367.
Absolutely brilliant. There he is on your screen there, the number 50. Definitely one to watch out for this weekend. He's put himself right in the mix for podium contention.
He was the fastest Yamaha for most of the session until Apiwat found his rhythm and went fastest for the Supersports 600 in practice 1. Benchmark lap time set by Apiwat was a 155.304. We'll be looking out for that.
Yeah, these riders on their second flying lap now. We stay there with Kengo Nagao. Really looking forward to seeing how he changes the usual order of things, who he takes points away from in the championship. That's always the concern of the regular riders. It makes it so interesting, and the quality of the wildcard riders we get in Japan is phenomenal. Their domestic series, as we were saying a little earlier, the All Japan series is a fantastic series in terms of its level, competition. It's a little difficult to follow if you're not Japanese. You have to dig around the internet a little bit and dig around on YouTube, but you can find it, and it's well worth it.
Just a few weeks ago in the Japanese Championship, we saw, well, in another class, was Azan Shah claiming a victory there. That definitely got him in rhythm for this weekend.
Yeah, as that whole clutch of riders just went past, there's a new order. Just 4.5 minutes into this session, and it's headed by Apiwat. Adinata Putra has just completed his second flying lap and moved up, and look who's just jumped to the top. Kengo Nagao for Team Ken. Go Ken go. As Roy jumps to the top, so things heating up now in terms of lap times. Apiwat's best time this morning was 155.3, so Azroy's just about on that best time that basically took Apiwat most of that session to achieve. So the times falling more in line with what we would have expected. We didn't see that in the AP 250 session just now. Oh, and there's somebody in the gravel.
I think that's very Matsuoka down there. Unfortunately, it's a fast place to go down.
There's Xiaojun Tong just going through, number 22 for Victor Racing.
Already his best lap time of the weekend, so good improvements there again from Xiaojun Tong. See whether he can get under the 2-minute mark.
Yep, no questioning his commitment. Xiaojun Tong for Victor Racing. Yeah, looking really confident on the bike.
Nice wide exit there from Xiaojun Tong. Let's follow him as he comes across the start-finish line. It's a 159.5, so again, further improvements for Xiaojun Tong. He's closing the gap. He's just 4.1 away from the current session leader, Azra Hakim Anwar.
Yeah, that's really good from Xiaojun Tong. Dipped under the 2-minute mark by half a second. Azra is still at the top. Oh, no, he's not. Kengo Nagawa is back up. It's real game of cat and mouse here. It's changing almost as every time these front runners complete a lap, as Azroy just did, and snatched it back again. So this is fun. It's like whack-a-mole.
Yeah. So it's really impressive. And a contrasting session compared to the 250 class, where we didn't see really any improvements. In this class, almost everyone in the top three has front-end improvements.
Yeah. So we didn't see a 154 in the previous session, and Azroy has dipped comfortably into that with a 154.8. Can go just above the 155 mark in P2. And Helmi, who had a good session as well. He was second fastest behind Apiwat, first time out. He's lying third at the moment with a 155.4. Which is not quite on the time, his best time from earlier on. But early days, we're only 8 minutes into this session. And there is Azroy. Azroy was on superb form last time out in Zhuhai. Made up for the 2 DNFs that he suffered in round 1 with a win in Zhuhai. It's so unusual that between them, from 3 starts, those 2 riders from Bunshu Honda have had 3 DNFs. One of which when they took each other out, which again is like so unusual. So there's going to be a bit of revenge riding going on here, I think, this weekend from those guys. And we know the quality of both of them.
Kengo Nagao now, 154.450. They follow Azra as he comes across. Azra did slow down in the previous lap, so it won't be an improvement on this one, but Kengo Nagao looking absolutely inevitable. And compared to the previous session, he's almost improved by a second.
Yeah, they've really put the hammer down, and well, Kengo's currently 0.4 faster than Azroy, and they were so tight together in that first session. Apiwat, who topped that session, is in 4th on a 155.5. That's almost, well, over a second off Kengo's fastest time.
Vader more or less equaling his practice 1 timing, a 157.7 again. Vader's still not finding his rhythm around Motegi. Miasma as well, he hasn't gone faster compared to practice 1, but 1 off his fastest time. Helmi pushing on now.
Yeah, Razor's yet to improve his fastest time as well.
Tanat, however, doing much better this session at 157.4. That's much better than what we expect from Tanat.
Two Yamahas of Indonesian Yamahas of YU and Vida in 10th and 11th. So they're going to be looking for better things. Helmi's really got his. He looks in really good form this weekend. He looks determined. He's the right kind of calm about him.
Yeah, I found out from during one of the local Malaysian races that Helmi has lost a few kilograms, so he's putting more efforts into his fitness routine, and he's been taking care of his diet. And to think about it, Helmi losing a few kilograms, it's not much to throw away from his body, so really good determination for Helmi there. He really wants to do the best that he can and have the best season of his life.
Yeah, that's definitely the vibe you get from him. I'm not surprised about the weight loss. He's just got that lean, edgy look about him. The kind of boyish look that he carried for a couple of seasons is going. It's becoming much more flinty, kind of hard-edged, determined. This is my time kind of vibe coming from him. Good to see. There is your championship leader, Apiwat, just gone through your screen.
In the previous lap, Azroy actually improved his lap time at 154.7, so Azroy cutting away at the 154 timing. Next up is Apiwat.
Apiwat's not going to let this go, that's for sure. His best time was 155.3 last time. Hasn't bettered that yet.
Apiwat now through the last tunnel into the final section. This will be a tricky one and a real fun area to watch during the race.
Yeah, he's got no traffic around him, so this should be a good one from him.
I think he backed off on this lap somewhere earlier to just try and find some room,
yeah.
so the next lap coming for Apiwat. Helmi Asman as well backed off from this current lap, so no one for the top three will be pushing on for a fast one at this stage.
But Apiwat is pushing.
There's Azra now just coasting around. Kanggo Nagao, the current session leader and wildcard, is back into pit lane.
Xiaojun Tong has got the back of Apiwat's R6 to look at.
As of right now, just over 16 minutes left in the practice 2 session. Ifil Azrai behind him is Mechanical Pass. And it's hard to tell whether Azrai's on a push lap. I think we saw him just coasting around. So he might just head back into pit lane just to have a quick debrief and figure out what they can do better to close that gap down to Kanggo Nagao.
Yeah, he might not be willing to give Kyle a tow. Who knows? One thing we haven't seen are the Bunsu Hondas running together yet.
Yeah, we had a chat with them in the last run where I asked them the question of previously when they had 3 riders, we saw all of them running together. That was last season when Kip was still in the ARC Championship, and now we don't see it at all. And I think it was Helmi or Azrai that told me that last season they ran their setup based on Kip's setup, and this season they just doing it on their own. So they have the base setup from Kip, and all they want to do now is just find their own rhythm. But you would think that sometimes running together might help each other quite a bit. You know, they could just feed off each other and just understand perhaps what Azroy is doing better than Helmi, or Helmi doing better than Azroy. Put it together to both have really good fast lap times.
Yeah. Yeah, and even, I mean, they go back longer than Kip has in this series. He had 2 seasons, didn't he? But we have seen them before. Anyway, they still seem pretty chill together, so yeah. I don't think there's anything personal. It's just change of tactic for whatever reason.
You know, if you follow them on social media, you'll see them at each other's houses quite a lot. So, that relationship-wise, and they're still very much good friends. I think it's just a personal journey for them now.
Yeah, there is Kiatisak Pingapong, one of 2 rookies that Honda Racing Thailand entered for Supersports 600s for this year. Both look really promising. Well, Tanat's bike wasn't working well in the first session. Kiatisak ended up 8th with a 156.1. Now he's on a 155.8, so another improvement from the Thai rookie. And that is his teammate, Tanat Leongpliao, just behind him as they come through. So, Kiatisak, 155.8. That was a 156 that last time around. But no improvement for those two. A lot of riders in the pits at the moment as we get to the halfway point. You can just see Rei Matsuoka currently lying down in 12th, leaving pit lane for another run. Stay with Tanat because we weren't able to do that in the first session. So he goes through the tunnel that lies between, let me see, 5 and 6, or yeah, 5, turns 5 and 6. There's Vader Egger, another exciting rookie. We were saying earlier, physical stature is a typical lightly built 15-year-old, so he has to literally grow into riding the 600. But his talent, as we know, is phenomenal. So we'll see him improving during the course of the weekend. There he is, number 54, Vader. There is Tanat, keeping out of everybody's way.
Yeah, Vader right now just had the slightest of improvements in this session. I think there's a lot for him to adapt to as well. He will have to restructure his riding style a bit from riding those prototype bikes back to a production bike. And a fairly large size production bike at that as well.
Yeah, that's right.
Teammate Reza not doing too bad at 155.9. He's currently in pit lane. Not better than his practice 1 timing, so perhaps some adjustments that they've made and it's not really suited Reza's riding. They'll have to debrief, restructure and find a way to put Reza up a few places.
Just going out on track there is Shinya Mikami, other of the wildcard riders from Tyra Promote Racing. His best time earlier was a 158.3, which is just slightly faster than his best time in this session. And that's 49, that's Rei Matsuoka, the replacement rider for Yamaha Racing Indonesia. Behind him is, can't see now, the other rider that we should be looking out for and haven't seen much of is Adananta Putra.
Yeah, he's just coming out of pit lane now again for second run. A 155.6 for Adananta Putra. It's nearly equaling his 155.5 in practice 1. Adananta has been really impressive with the Astra Honda Racing team.
Yeah, Xiaojun Tong going out for another run.
There we go, Rei Matsuoka standing right in front of Farid. Rei currently sitting in 12th, he's on a 57.9. Practice 1, Rei was 7th fastest with a 156.1, so something really not going well for Rei Matsuoka this time round. Perhaps again some setup changes that just aren't really delivering the results for them.
Yes, more surprising perhaps that Wayne Agroho is down, because he looked so promising when he first came in. I'd have thought he'd have gone well here.
Yeah, looking at that now, the fastest Yamaha is Kengo Nagao, the wild card for this round. Beautiful array now. Rei Matsuoka, of course, a Japanese rider as well. We would have had some experiences here in Motegi in the past, in the All Japan Championship. Just in front of Rei there is number 24 of Apiwat Wangtananon.
Yeah, he doesn't like being followed, that's for sure.
Immediately moves out of the way.
Okay, he's got more than 8.5 minutes left in this session. And, you know, like we were saying about experienced riders earlier, specifically about Hiroki Ono at the time, but Apiwat has the experience to know exactly when to pull the pin.
Apiwat's one of those riders who does leave it late as well. He did it in the practice 1 session. Tonales full of Veda Ega, the young Indonesian talent on the Astra Honda racing team.
Azroy going back out. Kiatasak going back out in numbers places 2 and 6 respectively.
Looks like we're going to have a proper sprint for the last 7 minutes and a bit for practice 2 before we head to our lunch break. Was everyone out on track except for McKinley Kalpez and Helmi Osman. Verega has had a really busy session. He's done 11 laps in total.
Yeah, that's exactly what he needs to do. He needs to build up his bike fitness.
And Veda has improved as well, 157.398. So he's slowly taking away a few tenths from his lap times. That's a proper approach we expect from a quality rider like Veda. Now here's Tana Langpleo. Adinanta Putra goes up into third, a 155.261. So that's the fastest time of the weekend for the Astra Honda rider.
Yep, we were looking for him to come out and show us what he can do, because he does look so strong this season. Yeah, it's his second season in Supersport, having graduated from AP 250, and he's really looking like the real deal now.
Oh, Reza Danica.
Fortunate. Just saw him, I think he just left pit lane, and now he's down.
Yeah, that's unfortunate for Reza Danica. It was a session where he needed to find a bit more improvements, and unfortunately that's how practice 2 ends for Reza Danica. For now we follow his teammates Veda. Veda on that lap must have been held up somewhere, or he just backed off. Look up for Veda, he looks like he's trying to find big improvement. He's starting to push on. Kengo Nagao as well, he's back out on track. Tanat set his personal best, and Rei Matsuoka as well set his personal best. Here we follow Kengo Nagao, the current session leader. 154.4 was his best time. Team comes around the last turn, aggressive, picking the bike up.
Yeah, he's got a really nice smooth style. He's aggressive, but not sliding like we see a lot of people ride Supersports. That was 155.3. Almost a second off his best, but pretty decent pace overall.
There's 5 minutes left in the session. There's Adinanta Putra sitting at third currently in this Supersport 600 Practice 2 session, and we have 5 minutes left. Everyone is out on track now, so we'll start seeing some lap times drop. Apiwat has just set his fastest lap time, a 155.530. Let's follow Adinanta on this push lap.
Yeah, Adinanta, that was right on his good pace. So this should be, like you said, a push lap for Adinanta. That will be good to see.
Personal best again from Shan Juntong, 159.4, so he's closing the gap further. Adinanta Putra as he tips it into the right, going downhill. Adinanta Putra, he's just been looking more and more comfortable on that 600cc machinery. Tanat has just actually put in his personal best. 156.932 for Tanat Lamplio. I think that's Reza's bike still on the side there. Unless someone else has fallen.
Just watching Adinanta coming through that sweeping, flowing section of the circuit. He looks really good. Looking quite light, but under control. Him through the final tunnel.
Apiwa just shot up to third, so pushes Adinanta Putra down into fourth. Apiwa at a 155.004, but let's see whether Adinanta can respond immediately. He comes across the line now, 154.864 for Adinanta Putra. He regains a position back up into third. This is what we expect to see at this stage of the session.
Yeah, his pace is good, isn't it? And Apiwat's got 2 more flying laps. He'll want to reassert himself at the top, knowing how he rolls, or how he likes to roll.
With Shan Juntong on screen, he's been improving throughout every session. As for Shan Juntong with his silky smooth riding style, the way he just hangs off the bike there. Comes now down the front straight. Looks like it's an improvement as well. It's a 158.9 for Shan Juntong, so he closes the gap further down to the front.
Yeah, brilliant work as we got used to seeing him.
Best for Tanat again, and Kiatisak.
Yeah, Link Paz down in 9. Not really looking like he's getting the results, and look this way in a Groho.
Yeah, that's a strange one, because why he looks so strong in the first 2 rounds, and it's just not come together. Ooh, big whip from the rear tire there. That's for Kiatisak. A decent group that we're looking at. It's Veda Iga, Helmi Azman, Kiatisak.
Yeah, all these riders are going to get another flying lap after this one.
Ooh, Helmi aggressive on the inside there of Veda Iga.
That's it. We were talking about that sharp edge that he seems to have acquired. He really just what he needs to achieve his potential.
Yeah, you can see the Helmi just has the strength to really put the bike in, push that front down, and really brake harder later into certain corners, where Veda, he just doesn't have that weight and strength to push it down. There goes Helmi aggressive on the inside, and he gets on the throttle also a bit earlier than Veda. That could also be effective. Veda just trying to avoid Helmi there.
That's it. He's got some space now.
Kengo Naga has yet to set a fast lap.
Yeah, this will be the penultimate lap as they make their way up to complete this one. Changing here. Surprisingly, perhaps not. Helmi remains down in 5th.
Made a mistake again going into the first turn, so Helmi just struggling to find his rhythm really here. And you can see how how annoyed he gets with himself the second he makes a mistake. He's really got his head down and really wants to get into those top 3 positions. behind him, Veda and Wahyu Nugroho just set their personal best. Rei Matsuoka as well, and Tana Lampio. Here's another wildcard, Shinya Mikami.
Yep, he's been working hard as he did this morning. Really good, that bike too, great colour scheme. I haven't seen it up close, but really looks good. So shout out for Tyro Promo Racing. Here is the session leader for most of it, Kengo Nagao. He still has an edge of more than 0.3 of a second.
Interesting. It's 2 laps in a row that Kengo Nagao has just done over 2 minutes, and he's just, I think he's just trying, it looks like that he's looking for something specific. Maybe there's just one sector where he feels that he's a bit weak, so he's just taking it easy and just pushing at that portion just to try and find what's going on there. Kengo Nagao, no improvements in his second stint, but ultimately the fastest in the session.
Yeah, that was 30 seconds slower than his best. So yeah, that was really slow. The Filipino, the only one in this category, McKinley Carl Paz, number 23, currently in 9th position, the best time of 1:56.7. He's pushing now on his final time around. So he exits the last turn aggressively. Front wheel pulls the air across the line. And doesn't improve. That's 1:56. Speed has come up, 1:56.7. But nobody had an answer for Kengo Nagao. Or Ken. Ken's the name of his team. Kengo is the name of the rider. Kengo by name, Kengo definitely by nature. So you look at some of the wonderful flora growing here on top of this mountain of Motegi. So Kengo Nagao, 1:54.45. That was the best lap of the day and the best lap of the session. Second was Azroy Hakim Anwar for Idemitsu Bunsu Honda. Adinanta Putra had a good session, pushed all the way through, good pace for Astra Honda. Apiwat Wongtananon led the first session and was 4th this time around. Helmi Asman pushed hard, didn't quite find his rhythm, was 5th. 6th, Kiatisat Singapong, best time 1:55.5. Reza Danica, we saw a crash in the late stages of that session, was 7th quickest. 8th was Tanat Longpliao. And moving on to 9, it was McKinley Carl Paz for Yamaha Techni Racing Team Asia, Apiwat's teammate. 10th was Veda Ega Pratama for Astra Honda. Rei Matsuoka for Yamaha Racing Indonesia was 11th. 12th, Wahyu Nugroho, his teammate. And 13th was Shinya Mikami for Tyro Promote Racing. And Xiaojun Tong, improving throughout that session once again for Victor Racing Team, was 14th. Best time for him, 1:58.9. That brings us to lunchtime here at Mobility Resort Motegi. So we're going to take a 30-minute break or 25-minute break, and we will be back at 1:30 local time with the free practice 2 session for the ASB 1000s. So stay with us, and we will see you in about 30 minutes from now. You're watching round 3 of the 2024 Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championship, live from Mobility Resort Motegi, Japan. We'll see you soon.
Idemitsu engine oils are precisely formulated for meticulously engineered Japanese car engines. We are committed to delivering optimal performance. We fulfill this commitment through 5 ultra-protective benefits known as Quintec Guard. They unleash the peak performance of treasured cars. drive anywhere with confidence. Feel the excitement in your heart. The highest quality engine oils in the history of Idemitsu.